Took an extra second there. I didn't have pretzel turned on. What is wrong with me? You know, I usually have that just scripted to a button. I've done a pretty good job with that for a lot of my startup stream tasks, is just scripting everything to one button, so I go boop, and it opens up a few pieces of software and changes a few things, but every now and then, it doesn't perform as expected, and I just, like an idiot, don't even check. And then I drop brushes on myself. Oh god, where'd it go? Oh, there it is. There it is. Dwegham, how you doing? Time stop. Data Nerd, always a pleasure to see you fine folks. I hope this Thursday is finding everyone well. I hope that your week has been productive or relaxing in whatever proportion you were hoping for. Quite well, Dwegham, and thank you so much for saying so. We are going to continue our work on the Battletech mechs that we started last... Well, we didn't start it, we were working on the last stream. We're going to continue a little bit more work on them today, and we're also going to do some work on my Conquest goofy little militiamen that we've been working on for a little while. Just gonna go through some real basic steps on them, and there's something I want to try. I continue to analyze my own painting, and I always talk about pushing contrast, and I think that there's an irony to that, because I don't do it enough. I have this tendency to paint areas, and they wind up very homogeneous, and not with a lot of really, really good contrasting shadows, so I'm going to be, in the near future, and for the next little while, I'm going to be pushing myself to leave darker areas on the model, and to just follow my own advice. This is the goal. Don't even use GW contrast paints. That's, as we know, that is the only way to achieve true contrast. You're getting your brain swabbed, Roland? How's that going, man? Arkudaki, it's good to see you, my friend. How are things? Oh my god, how did I not know? By now I really should know. By now there's no excuse, Data Nerd. Happy birthday. I hope that your birthday sushi was everything you imagined it could be, though I find it, at least for me, it generally is. Even bad sushi is pretty fucking amazing. Let me enjoy my coffee for a minute, then we'll go ahead and get rolling. How'd you like Billy Zane's Wheel of Time? I didn't finish watching it. I watched like 5 minutes of it. So in that thread where we were talking about that, I briefly jumped to the defense of a similar project, that being Roger Corman's Fantastic Four, which for those of you, I think most people are aware of this by now, for those of you who might not be aware, in the mid to late 90s, I couldn't put a year on it offhand, I'd have to look it up. There were rights holders to the Fantastic Four for making a Fantastic Four film, and the rights were about to tick over. And so, basically, to continue holding on to the rights, they had to make something. Just anything at all. And so they hire Roger Corman, who is one of the most efficient filmmakers in all of Hollywood. And they tell him, just make something. Just make something so that we can say we put forward an effort, and we're going to stick it on a shelf somewhere, and we're never going to release it, but we'll be able to say, we made a Fantastic Four movie, we get to hold on to the rights. It's not that bad. It has relatively recently, in the last, 10 years or so, I think it was, actually become available publicly. You can find DVDs of Roger Corman's The Fantastic Four. The special effects are atrocious. It's not that bad of a movie, though. It's cheesy. It's pretty dumb. I feel like there's more heart and there's more Fantastic Four stuff in Roger Corman's Fantastic Four than there is in, the Jessica Alba Fantastic Four. Hell, the Thing costume for Roger Corman's looks better than the early 2000s Fantastic Four that they did. The one with Michael Chiklis? The Thing honestly looks better. Which is bizarre. Because I don't know how familiar everyone is with Roger Corman's work. I say he's the most efficient filmmaker in Hollywood. He really... This is, of all the filmmakers I have ever known of, I have never known of any who can spend money as well as he can. You give him a shoestring budget, and he's going to put together something. Is it going to be great? No. Is it going to be embarrassingly terrible? No. It's going to be effective for what you give him. He reuses soundtracks. Like, he does everything legally. He buys everything, but he reuses soundtracks. He'll like essentially buy unused portions of scores from composers. He'll be like, oh, you did the score to this movie. Is there anything you like worked up but didn't put in it, didn't sell to the final production? They'll be like, I don't know, shit, here's a couple of tracks. And I'll be like, I'm gonna put that in my movie. It's genius. I mean, costumes, the way he does special effects. If he can't do a special effect, he just won't show it. Just be like, the camera's looking somewhere else, and they'll use a little prop and kind of... His Fantastic Four is surprisingly watchable. It has a solid Doctor Doom in it. At least he's wearing the Doctor Doom costume. Apparently they couldn't afford a microphone for him, because he just sounds muffled the whole movie, but it's more like Doctor Doom than any of the Doctor's Doom we've gotten in the big movies. So I'm rambling about Fantastic Four, when really what I meant to say was about the Wheel of Time, because I got really distracted by it, but I was defending Roger Corman's Fantastic Four while we were talking about Billy Zane's Wheel of Time, which I was not aware of until today. Apparently, a pilot episode was made in 2015 for exactly the same reason. The rights were going to tick over for making a Wheel of Time show. They didn't think they were ever really going to do it, so like, just make something. Just make fucking anything so we can hold on to the rights. So they made a pilot, a couple episodes, I'm not sure. I think it might have just been the one. And showed it at like 3 a.m. on FX, and it is both produced by and starring Billy Zane. It's kind of adorable. I want to finish watching it. It's only like 20 minutes long. But it's... it's kind of adorable. It really is. They put in some effort. They found like a really, really nice piece of Baroque internal architecture they could film around. Somebody's old, like, palatial estate, or some ancient, I guess probably not ancient, but, you know, very old, like, royal castle in, I'm gonna guess, like, an Eastern European country, maybe? And, like, oh, look at all the production value, look how nice everything is. It's, yeah. It's special. It's very special, and I'm glad to have been made aware of it. Kellis Rain, it is good to see you. Zombie Brush Studios, welcome in. Unexpected, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for that shout out, which apparently didn't go through because I think I forgot to turn my bot back on. Hang on. We were having some trouble with it last time, and I was fooling with it. And did I connect it? No, I did not. Give me 1 second here. Let me finish my coffee. We'll transition over into the next overlay, and then give me a second. I need to refresh the authorization token on the bot, because I disconnected it completely, and now it wants to pop back in. I wish I had my enthusiasm too, Achilles Rain. I assure you, my enthusiasm is fueled entirely by the alcohol. Entirely. Of which there is some in my coffee. Oh, lordy, lordy, lord. What are you working on these days, Achilles? We're going to get a shout out for both Zombie Brush Studios and Unexpected Painting here in a second, as soon as I can get my bot back up. But in the meantime, let me do it the old-fashioned way and just shout them out. Zombie Brush Studios! Unexpected Painting! Seriously, they're fucking amazing. Go give these guys a follow if you're not. If you sit around on your computer watching people paint models on Twitch and you're not following Zombie Brush and Unexpected, like, what are we doing? What are we doing? What's even the point? Why don't you just delete your damn Twitch account at this point? Ah, cha-cha-cha-cha. Working on your Moros for retribution. Ooh, interesting. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Kellis. I mean, like, you know, that's one of those things. I never want to say, like, oh, I'm sorry that you have gainful employment, because that's not honest. But I wish that everyone could always be intoxicating themselves on some level. Ah, man, oh man. So what's how's everybody doing? Any big developments since Tuesday? I know it's been forever since we've seen each other. It's been like a whole 48 hours or so. But any finished projects? Any new exciting things? Any developments in the world of film and television that I should be aware of that I, for some reason, am not? I did get one of those today in the form of our Billy Zane produced Wheel of Time pilot. Special as that is. This was a part of a conversation earlier because we were talking about the new Wheel of Time series on Chugga on Amazon. Yeah, I don't either. If unexpected. Like that's what the conversation ultimately became about, and I think something that I said, ooh, nanotanks, that's exciting, man. You do such good work on medieval figures. I'm excited to see that. That's momentous to me. Oh man, that print's almost done. That print's almost done, which is good because it's gone above where my camera shows. Gave up on Star Trek Discovery. Where in Star Trek Discovery did you give up on it, Arkudaki? Because I gave up after season 1. Like, I watched all of season 1 and I was like, no. This is no. I only made it 3 episodes into Picard before I gave up on that one. Season 4? There's a season 4? I thought there was just like a season 2. Has it been going on that long? How is there a season 4? What the fuck? What? Why? What? I'm horrified. Absolutely horrified. Oh, Ren has jokes. It's so funny. Do people usually put magnets in the bottom of the model or the washer? That depends entirely on the person and the game. Generally, for doing rank and flank like Conquest, the bases that I make use a magnet on top and bottom to connect them down to their trays, and then I rely on the trays mostly for the weight. If I'm doing other minis, I almost always do a washer in the base. Because I don't like having stray magnets wandering around the table when all I really want is the weight. And that way the washer can connect to a magnetic sheet if that's what I want to use. Started up a stream with the On the Origin of Battlemechs guys on this server, so we're doing an episode a week. Oh, nice. WJ, good to see you. Welcome in. Yeah, what I was saying about Wheel of Time, and this applies really to, as we just mentioned, Star Trek Discovery. I know I've told you guys before, like, I complain about a lot of stuff. You might have noticed that by now. But I can only really muster complaint, because complaining about something meaningfully requires that you think about that thing. You can just complain about superficial bullshit about, like, anything, but it doesn't really hold any weight. It's just like, I don't like the colors they use. Like, who gives a shit? I consider complaints even, like, in Star Trek. Like, they changed the way the Klingons look. I'm like, yeah, they've done that, like, twice. Like, okay, that's not a real complaint. So, to have a meaningful, substantive complaint, you have to think about a thing. And I won't generally waste my energy or my thought on something unless some part of me really wants to like it, or it's so bizarre and so confusing that it is kind of interesting in and of itself. So I'm able to complain about things like Star Trek Discovery and Star Trek Picard because fundamentally I want to love them. I wanted so much to love both of those things, and I can't bring myself no matter how much I try. And as a result, I'm very easily able to come up with genuine, substantive complaints about them, at least as far as my preferences go, because I can see things go, this is why I don't like it. This way that they have portrayed Picard is why I don't like this show. The way that it's shot, the pacing of it, the way that the story's constructed. I can't muster any of that for Wheel of Time because I can't find it in myself to give a shit. I've tried. The first episode, which, and I know people have told me, oh, first episode's kind of boring. You gotta watch the next 2 episodes. I'm like, if you can't grab me in an hour, that's half of a long movie. All you gotta do is get your hooks in. All you gotta do is feed me something compelling enough for me to go, I'll watch another one. If you really can't do that, I don't give a fuck Yeah, that's the thing. Foundation did that for me. Foundation is not a very good show, in my opinion. It's not a bad show. It's not really a good show. It's just kind of like, it's some sci-fi drama with a couple really good performances in it. Yeah, nothing like the books. Yeah, that's very true, Arkadaki. The Foundation show is just the Foundation show. It has fuck all to do with the books. It has some character names in common, and technically the concept of psychohistory, but it's nothing to do with it other than that. But, you know, as far as just being kind of like a popcorn sci-fi drama series, I'm like, okay. It gives me Jared Harris, it gives me Lee Pace, and I'm like, yeah, okay, sure, I'll watch this. It got me with the first episode. I was curious where it was going. Some stupid things happened later on, but I'm like, yeah. They like how that's great argumentation on my part too. Wheel of Time doesn't do that for me though. I watched it, and some people have said like, oh, the first episode's boring, and the first episode isn't trying to be boring. No, the first episode has magic being used in huge over-the-top ways to rip apart an inn and throw rocks at people, and big scary beastmen, CGI monsters attacking a village and hacking people with axes and killing and chopping and rah. I'm like, this should be exciting. Can't fucking watch it. The shaky cam is so bad, it's unbelievable. The beastman looks so terrible. Yeah, pun expected. You know what I kept thinking as I'm watching Rosamund Pike do her magic weaving? Because it's like, I've read the book, I understand what it is they're trying to get across with the weaving of magic. It was all very descriptive in the books. Admittedly, I read them back in the 90s. I keep thinking about one thing that I saw from the making of The Hobbit that always just made me laugh out fucking loud. And it's when they're talking about how amazing their work on Smaug was. And they have this behind the scenes shot of Benedict Cumberbatch. Serious actor, Benedict Cumberbatch. Dignified Hollywood elite, Benedict Cumberbatch. Lying on what amounts to a mattress with his face like a few inches from the ground and his hands up like this, looking up with all these mocap dots on his face. And the director somewhere is going, you're a dragon, and he's going, yes, little hobbit. And I'm like, this is the dumbest shit I have ever seen in my life. Like, why are you mocapping a human face to do a dragon? It doesn't have human facial muscles. It's not gonna look the same. What? What are you doing? You're making Benedict Cumberbatch look like a total asshole is what you're doing. And ultimately for an effect that was not terribly impressive. Yeah, because they did it in Dragonheart. Yeah, and obviously Dragonheart is the yardstick by which all future fantasy is to be measured, right? To get Sean Connery back in here. But okay, it reminded me of that because I'm just picturing Rosamund Pike. Now, Rosamund Pike is not like... I think I said earlier, she's no Daniel Day-Lewis. She's more of like a Michael Caine. Where it's like, she's been in some real garbage. She clearly shows up for the paycheck. But she has a certain dignity about her and to her performances. Even when she is in something that is relatively cheap and stupid. Also, Arkudaki, I quite like Kingdom. Kingdom has some problems, but none of them are so bad that they detract from the good things, as far as I'm concerned. Mostly they're like world building related, some things don't make sense, but I'm like, whatever, they're writing it as they're making it. I don't really care all that much. But I'm just imagining Rosamund Pike, this relatively respected actress, standing on a green screen set, and just like doing the limbo and waving her arms around and going like this, and going over here, and like doing her best wacky inflatable tube man outside of a used car lot impression. And that's all I could see. That's all I could see while I'm watching. And maybe this is a me thing. Maybe it's I've been poisoned by my interest in the behind the scenes, you know, the making of film and television. Maybe this didn't occur to other people. But I'm just picturing that day on the set. I couldn't stop laughing. Like, and God bless her. God bless her, she's trying to take it seriously. It was so fucking stupid, though. Oh. So long story short, no, I didn't get anything out of the pilot. Ever heard the story of Cumberbatch doing a penguin documentary? For a few minutes, he loses the ability to say penguin. I feel like I've heard of that. I haven't seen it. I haven't heard it. Though I'm very interested in this. That is one of those words where if you say it enough times, like it can get mixed up in your brain. Worse. Dweghom, worse. Way worse than the, like, Suicide Squad Enchantress, like, and maybe it's the context. Maybe it is the same, but it's like Suicide Squad was already so stupid and everything was so over the top and everything was CG and there were so many other ridiculous visuals that it's just like, sure, whatever. I remember watching the lady doing the Enchantress thing and thinking like, well, that's silly, but some interesting dance moves. Like, it's physically demanding, I suppose, but for whatever reason, Rosamund Pike's version of doing her magic weaving just pulled me right out of everything that was going on. That and the fact that everything around her was like really bad CG, like really obviously CG, like Warcraft 3 original cinematic CG, which was excellent for the time, but if you put it next to real people, looks strange. Oh, man. Trying her best floor routine. God bless her. She is trying. Rosamund Pike is trying. And I don't blame her for that. I think that a lot of those ideas in the Wheel of Time are just like, they work better when they're written down, and because there's this thing, particularly with fantasy literature, when you're reading a book with a bunch of unrealistic things in it, a bunch of fantastical things that are being described to you by an author, your brain fills in all the details, so everything that you see is going to look cool to you insofar as you visualize it. You know, this is something that I've read a lot of fantasy literature, and I've watched a lot of adaptations and had to deal with the disparate nature of how other people imagined it and how I imagine it. And you can fill in a lot of stupid little details, you can sort of brush over a lot of things that physically don't make any sense because you're crafting the imagery in your mind. And as soon as someone takes the steering wheel away from you, as soon as someone else is like, I'm going to craft this image and show it to you, not describe it to you, but show it to you, every little detail, every little bit, it can become sort of uncomfortable, and it's very, very difficult to do. I think people forget how fucking terrible most fantasy was before Lord of the Rings happened. That was the combined work of many incredibly talented artists and prop makers to craft a version of the Lord of the Rings that looked good to us. And there's still people who disagree about that. WJ, for instance, he thinks it looks weird. I didn't think so, personally. I think that a lot of that had to do with the fact that they went to a couple of artists who had been doing art based on Tolkien's work for the last, 30 years. Very, very popular, very famous artists who had done a lot of art for Tolkien, and had sort of started to craft the visual aspects of Lord of the Rings in the hive mind of Tolkien fans for a few decades. So they went to them and they went, let's just kind of continue that work right on into the movies, and there was not perfectly seamless, but a reasonable transition. Next TV adaptation magic thing should just be a person quietly staring. Pun expected, you're just describing scanners. And I agree. I'm totally into that. Thought the animated Lord of the Rings was good. Rankin Bass. Wait. Was that Rankin Bass? No. Well, who am I thinking of? Not Ralph Bakshi. Ralph Bakshi did The Hobbit. Did Rankin Bass do Lord of the Rings? Am I mixing that up with another two-name duo? I'm really doubting myself right now. It was Rankin Bass? Okay. Bakshi only did The Hobbit. Bakshi did not do Lord of the Rings. I thought that too, WJ, until, I thought that because I had seen them as a kid, and because the animation styles were very similar, they were also based on the same source artwork. But no, Bashi did not do the Lord of the Rings. And did they finish the Lord of the Rings animations? I was under the impression they only did, like, up through the Two Towers, and they never did a Return of the King proper. But I could be mistaken on that. I confess I have not looked into that recently. Have I seen the Russian Lord of the Rings? I can't say that I have. For example, he made the mounts of the Nazgul generic wyverns when the description described them as featherless birds from the distant past. Well, that's more, that's less the art and more broad creative decisions that you're talking about, WJ, and there were a lot of those. There were a whole lot of those. But yeah, the fell beasts were changed a little bit to be something a little bit more like a wyvern or a dragon. But there's a lot of conversation that can be had there about how they weren't really described that much in detail, and thus left a lot of that to, they did Fellowship and Return of the King animated. Was it the Two Towers that they didn't do? I feel like I remember the production left at least one big hole. But I don't think I've actually watched those since the late 90s, so I could be misremembering. Alright, give me just a second. Let me switch us over here. Make sure everything's working, camera's going, that's all good. Give me 1 second, let me go ahead and get the bot reconnected. I will be right back. Langwin, good to see you, man. Alright. Yeah, that print just finished. It's going to take it a minute to separate it from the plate, then I'll go get it and start a new one. Bot should be working. Should be, if someone wants to try a command. Yeah, that's how we're doing it. That's how we're doing it, Shock. Our new time slot is 5 to 5:30, and then I'm fucking gone. I'm out of there. We're done. Hey, fantastic. Thank you for getting those shout-outs done. As we all know, it doesn't count until the bot does it. Romeo Void, welcome in, my friend. So I've got a bunch of hex bases that are about to release through Steel Warrior Studios, and I've got another set that is going to come out shortly afterwards, but I thought I'd show you guys because I've just been working on my pre-supports for these. A little bit more work, and they'll be good to go, and I've been kind of fooling around with dry brushing on them. We got a number of sort of rocky and rough terrain textures that have all been flattened enough that you won't have any problem actually gluing your minis down to them. Man, I need to clip my fingernails, Jesus. And easy to dry brush, that's all I've really done on these, easy to print. I have a number of formats they're coming out in I thought I would show off. First of all, the standard base is exactly the same height as the standard CGL base with the texture raised off of it, and that's all. And let's see. So the idea is to release this essentially in 4 formats. Specifically, this standard format, this height with the solid bottom. This height with... where is it? The washer void in the bottom. Because I know some people like to do this like I do. You take a washer and you go ahead and seat it in there. It gives you weight and point to connect magnets to, which is real damn nice. And then the other 2 formats being the same idea, but shorter. Low profile base. You can see it's almost 2 full millimeters shorter than the other one. And again, flat on one, and with a void in the other. So 4 formats of each and every base is what I'm looking at. And I've managed to develop a workflow wherein this is not difficult to do. And I figured I'd show them. We should have these coming out here pretty soon. I haven't finished dry brushing all of them, but they're all just sort of an array of rough terrain textures, as you can see here. Pretty general. You could go ahead and scatter some rocks or some texture on there if you wanted to add some extra grit. You know what? You can have a shout out anyway, Ren. I don't give a shit whether you think you deserve it or not. You're gonna get one, and you're gonna like it. And yeah, happy birthday to Data Nerd. Seriously. That's... oh, Data Nerd. I'm glad that you... it sounds like you've had a good one. I'm glad you managed to get out and get some sushi. It can be hard to get out to dinner these days. Is that base made out of premium plastic? Unfortunately, all the stocks of premium plastic were bought up before we got around to making these. I could go ahead and, like, I could shake some dandruff in there. You know? Drop a fingernail in, maybe bake in a little hair, and then we could call this premium plastic on par with what you can get from the major manufacturers. Is that too direct? Is that a little on the nose? Might be. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Chrysala. Still, coming to you ain't half bad, isn't it? I don't sing happy birthday for anyone. I don't want you to feel like this is like me being mean. It's a general policy. Because when people sing happy birthday to me, I get like straight fucking angry. Like I hate it. I hate it. Oh god, I won't go to restaurants with certain people on my birthday, or people who know that it's my birthday. Because if somebody pulls that whole like, oh, we'll do a cake, and they'll be like, happy birthday. I'm like, fuck everything about you, get out of my life. Like, that is the level of hatred that I have for that. And on the other side of that coin, I will not do it to you. I will never do it to you. Why is my activity feed empty? Let's refresh it. It's just completely blank. Hold on a second. I should have an activity feed if I'm streaming. Why is this not showing up? Let me pull up another one. I have to see what's going on, Twitch. That was mocking. I was mocking the singing. I was informed these fully self-assured mechs were not painted in a manly colorway. Yeah, these mechs are questioning themselves. Oh, thank you for saying so, old tease. Let's see. Twitch activity feed. It's just black. That's awful. Why is that the case? What is going on, OBS? Do I have to restart OBS to get it to work? I don't want to do that. You know, maybe I could just pull it up in a window the old-fashioned way. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this window and I'm going to make it small. Let's pop out my activity feed into another window. Oh, let's look over there. Okay. Yeah. And then with that done, I'm just going to put it where my activity feed normally goes. And that way, I hopefully won't get totally screwed by not being able to see what's happening. Does that sound good? Sound like a plan to everybody else? Good, because that's what we're doing. Oh, yeah. Fuck no, Shock. I will straight up nuke this stream if any shit like that goes down. Like, the stream will start, and whatever goofy thing you have planned will go on, and I'll be like, aha, that's hilarious, and just end. Just end. Ares announced they're selling Creative Juggernaut premium plastic bases right as you were saying that. Did they really? That's okay. I don't... Premium plastic. Why did they even use that phrasing? That is such nonsense marketing speak. Premium plastic. Tell me what kind of plastic it is. Premium plastic is a meaningless phrase. Premium plastic can mean anything you want it to mean. Yeah, TimeStop has it right. Premium equals expensive. Premium plastic means we're going to charge you more than it's worth. That's all that means. Playing Battletech. Did I do any voiceover work on that game? First of all, Nightwatch Games, Porik, is that you? Is that you, Porik? I hope it is. It's been a little while, man. No. No. I have not. A friend of mine did do some voice work for one of the expansions for the Battletech HBS game. And I hope you're enjoying it. It's a fantastic game. It's a me. What's up, Porik? How you doing, man? For any of you who may be in San Antonio, Texas, which is probably none of you, but maybe there's one or two. I don't know. Nightwatch Games, one of my favorite FLGS locations in all of San Antonio. My God. There are lots of game stores out there run by a lot of different people with varying passion levels, and I have never met one quite so born of pure enthusiasm as Nightwatch Games. Fantastic owners. Really nice facilities. Admittedly, I haven't been there in about 3 years now. I've seen some of what you guys have done to the place on Facebook, and I have to say it's pretty impressive. Really very impressive. Yeah, I saw you've been doing a lot more, like, cosplay / Renaissance garb type stuff. You were doing some of that in the beginning, but it seems like you've really ramped that up, which is fucking awesome. I always loved hanging out in that store and playing some games. Oh man. Oh, Bahamut, to you. Oh man. What you're probably experiencing, by the way, Porik, is just that I model my personality after fictional characters in mecha games. That's probably what you're getting. Like, basically everything I do. Terrain, good to see ya. Ooh, some Vulcan proxy in the Storm Report. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Hell yeah. Yeah. I saw something about that. You guys just opened a whole other store to handle the cosplay and garb side of things. So that means it must be going pretty well for you, which is great. You know, there aren't many places to buy that sort of thing. As someone who has been to a good number of Renaissance fairs, who did a lot of medieval reenactment back in the day, who made a lot of his own garb, there aren't many places you can just go and buy good costumes, garb, cosplay for medieval, I mean, for any purposes, really. But what you wind up doing is ordering from a bunch of, like, Indian catalogs and shit, and just kind of hoping that it fits and getting arguably subpar work a lot of the time. So having a place that you can go and actually try something on is like a huge service to the community, and I'm glad that they responded in such a way that allows you to keep going. I need to come see you guys. I really do. I've been meaning to make it back to San Antonio for a little while now. I need to just go ahead and make it happen, because I would love to stop in and see what y'all have done with the place. Do they make Battletech uniforms? Yeah, you should make some Neuro helmets. Just take fucking buckets with, like, shoulder braces and sell those. I'm sure you would sell ones of them. Ones! Oh, that's very kind of you. I really would love to see you guys again. It's been a while, and you guys, like... I mean, you make everybody feel welcome, but you made me feel particularly welcome there. We had some real good times with releases of games like Star Wars Legion, and I played a bunch of Dead Zone there. I used to pop in for board games. Supported Rune Wars when we were still pushing that. Rest in peace, Rune Wars, one of the greatest games I've ever played. That was... You know what? I'm not going to go into it. I'm not going to get into it. I'm not going to go into it. Because Data Nerd loves you, Project Dark Fox. That's why. It's fantastic to have you, though, Porik. I'm very excited to see you in chat. I hope you enjoy hanging out. You ever considered doing some streaming, man? You guys got some great content. Just saying, consider it, that's all. Did I ever do Guild Ball? I painted a bunch of Guild Ball. I never played Guild Ball. No, that's not true. I did play some Guild Ball. I never, like, I played Guild Ball, but I never, like, played Guild Ball. If that makes sense. I painted a number of teams, though. Oh, excuse me. Set up a meetup tourney for Conquest? There's a good question, actually. I'll stop blasting your name all over the internet. I'm sorry. Night's Watch. Have you had anyone locally in San Antonio? Is there any kind of a scene down there for Conquest: The Last Argument of Kings? I'm curious. I know that Battletech picked up some, because I'm still in contact with a few of my buddies from down there who've been going to, like, I don't know what stores they're going to, actually, but there's some Battletech is picked up down there. I know that Frostgrave has definitely been getting played, but I'm wondering if anybody in there has been playing Conquest at all. You moved to the outskirts of San Antonio? Have yet to go to the store? WJ. Get your ass on over there. Go check out Night Watch Games. You will not be sorry. And tell everybody hi for me when you're there. Everybody. Literally everyone in the store. Stop them. Interrupt what they're doing. And say, Thunderhead says hi. They won't have any fucking clue who you're talking about. Wait, no, I shouldn't have. I should say that they will know, so that you'll actually do it. Now I think I gave myself away. Oh well. I'm not very good at subterfuge. Alright. We should probably paint some minis. Do a little bit more work on this here Shadowhawk. Little Battletech, haven't seen Conquest. Okay. It has been picking up in a number of places. I was just kind of curious if there's been any down there. It's an excellent game. If people are looking for rank and flank, I can personally recommend it. Of course, you've always been so accommodating. I would just go into the store, I'd go into Night's Watch, and I'd be like, Porik, there's a new game. And you should consider buying a bunch of stuff to sell to people. Invest in this game. I swear it's going to be big. And then like 5 people play and they wind up with a bunch of extra stock, but you know what? He never held it against me. Thank you for listening anyway. A scale accurate Alamo? Ooh, I bet that's cool. You guys were doing some really cool terrain building even back when I was there, and that was long before I got into 3D printing. God, I wish that 3D printing had been bigger, or that I had been into it when I was still down there. Because I have done just so much of it since then. Where'd my flat brushes go? Not those. Oh, I guess they're right here. Okay. I was confusing myself. Starting communities for war games is really, really hard. As someone who has done it unsuccessfully and successfully a number of times, it is tricky. And I at this point, I never blame game store owners for not wanting to get into it, because, man, it is a risk. Particularly when you're, running a store and trying to make a profit, you want to invest in games that are going to move, that people are actually playing. Investing in a game that nobody is playing in the hopes that they'll start playing it is a huge risk. And it pays off, I would say, being generous 1 out of 10 times. And I don't even think that's accurate. It is really, really difficult. War games have this inertia to them, which makes perfect sense, honestly. It's easy to pick up a new video game and start playing with anybody anywhere, but, you play in a war game, you have to have people to actually play with. And they gotta buy the minis, and they gotta build the minis, and they gotta paint the minis. Oh god, do I really want to get into a new game? Etc., etc., etc. But it can still be worth it sometimes, if it's a good game. That's why I've been so glad that Conquest has caught on as well as it has in so many areas. Oh, thank you for saying so, man. Yeah. You know what? God bless you for listening to me, and I will completely, mostly because I'm not financially responsible for it, I will go ahead and eat crow on that one. Night Watch. It's painful, because, objectively, Beyond the Gates of Antares is a fantastic game. Still, I still have all my stuff. I still play games of it periodically. But getting it to catch on, it's like pulling teeth, man. I will say that I have a much greater understanding of the environment of war games and the selling thereof now than I did the last time I was in your area, Porrick, and I have a great deal of sympathy and appreciation for the number of times that you went out of your way to be accommodating for things like that. But that's one of the best things about Night Watch Games, guys, is it's run by people who... I'm turning this into like an hour-long commercial for one of my favorite old game stores, but you know what? You're going to deal with it. One of the great things about it, they really, really like their war games. They're in it for the long haul. They like the fandom. They're in it for the community. They're not just in it to make a quick buck. I always found them to be very, very accommodating. Particularly if you're looking for space to play your games or to host tournaments or anything like that. Some of the best available play spaces, too. I always liked your tables. Designed our own skirmish game, Gauntlets of Glory. I think you mentioned this to me last time we spoke. I'd love to know more. And you should, if you feel like it, please provide me with more information. I think you showed me some of the assets you were working on last time we spoke. And hey, if you wind up, making your own minis and stuff, I'm more than happy to, particularly if you do them in a digital format so I could just print out some examples. I'd be happy to throw some paint down on them, man. I'm just kind of doing some rough edge highlighting and general last-minute highlights on the white parts of our Shadowhawk here. Mr. Square Peg, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. Call of Duty fantasy on a skirmish scale. None of those words go together, and yet somehow I'm excited by them. Oh, you know me, Pork. I'm still just dancing from one system to another, painting whatever catches my fancy. I feel like we had pretty good luck with Rune Wars right up until FFG tanked the game. Which still wounds me to think of. Thank you to Square. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the strength of oil painting, is how easy this blend was to do. We're going to do a few more of these blends today. But also note that highlighting, or edge highlighting specifically in oil paints, is also obscenely easy to do. It's just what I'm doing right now. With oil paints, it's all about consistency. How cured your base is, how cured, how thinned, how diluted your base paint is. Mixing that in interesting ways. Some techniques become very easy to do. Yes, Nightwatch Games. These are all my minis that I'm working on right now, except for the Conquest ones I'm going to be fooling around with. But yeah, these four here are all my sculpts, which I'm pretty proud of, I have to say. I won't take conceptual credit, because it's heavily based on the artwork of Kunio Okawara, of course. And I mean, I'm telling you, Nightwatch, if at any point anything that I make seems useful to you, you find yourself thinking, gee whiz, I'd like to have that so I could 3D print it myself, please let me know. For you, man, everything's comped. Don't even worry about it. I'm pretty sure either one of us could make the argument that I owe you at this point. Valthera, good to see ya. That's a good question from Dwegham. I'm not sure how far along in development you are, Nightwatch, but are you doing like behind closed doors development playtesting, or are you to a phase yet where you can kind of play it out in the open and push it a little bit? God knows game development takes time and energy. Don't own a 3D printer. Completed the playtesting. We won the Best of Gen Con 2021 from Gaming Trend magazine. Not even published yet. Shit, that bodes well. We gotta get you on the 3D printing bandwagon, man. It's gonna change your life. Obviously, you don't have enough to do already. Obviously, you're not busy enough. So clearly, we need to get you 3D printing to fill up your time. Really, though, I think it might. Particularly for something like rapid prototyping, though, it is so nice. And I don't know what the business model looks like, but I think that somewhere in the world there's room for a local game shop running some printers and doing prints for local gamers, like if they provide the files and then pay for the materials and stuff. Again, I don't know what that business model looks like to be profitable. I couldn't say, but man, is that ever a service that I would have used. Having our figures sculpted by the same guys that did Hand of Glory minis. Oh, nice. Wait, do I know Hand of Glory? I'm gonna have to look that up. Dragon Slayer was going to do that, but I think the Koof has delayed that. Oh, COVID, yeah. I used to do the Dragon Slayer, I think it was the first Dragon Slayer in town, the one kind of over on the west side, near the hospital, near the med center. I used to go over there every now and then, mostly for Star Wars game nights. I was lucky enough that I actually lived very close to where Night's Watch set up shop. So I was able to do Tabletop when it still existed, later Court of Gamers, and Night's Watch pretty regular-like. Good old Imperial Assault, yeah. It still exists, but it just didn't what it was, you know? The Star Wars round of FFG games were sort of a time and a place. They've definitely fallen out of favor these days, as far as I can tell. But FFG never really seemed to have the... They never really seemed to be willing to go the distance, you know? They abandoned their own products far too easily, and people started to notice that, and then they stopped supporting their new stuff, because why would you? Why would you support their new stuff if you strongly suspect they're just going to abandon it a few months in? Rarely proven wrong. And I don't know what the hell Atomic Mass is doing with their Star Wars stuff at this point. Atomic Mass is a game company that is brand new and now solely makes games based on Disney properties. Like, they've got Marvel and Star Wars, which means they have a license to print money, and I wish they had some of their own IPs. Because it's hard. It's really, really hard for me to get on board with a company that doesn't have its own IP these days. The big licensed games, they always go away. They might be good for a little while, but they always go away. Eventually. You gotta have something else to build on. It doesn't matter for the time being, because for the time being, they're just, like I said, printing cash. Every time Marvel comes out with a new fucking show, they can sell new minis. Have I complained about Disney yet this stream? Should we do that for the next hour? That could be fun. No. No. I'll leave that to the mods. It's actually turning out pretty decent. little bit down here. Catch some of these upper-facing surfaces with a brighter color to help sell that contrast more. Like I said, I'm really going to be trying to push contrast in my own work for the immediate future. I talk a lot about it, and I don't do enough of it. Oh, Sheza, how you doing? I'll tell you what, Sheza, that is a perfect example, what you say there, of precisely why it's not really something that we allow in the stream. There are plenty of places in this world to bemoan the state of things. I'll tell you what, you can complain in this stream all you want. Make it about something fucking nerdy, and we're fine. Well, maybe not all you want. I guess I'm the only person who can complain all that he wants. Ooh, a transformer. Yeah, it's got a bit of that, Decepticon energy to it, doesn't it? Sheza, I haven't printed that bust yet, but I did buy it. It's really fucking excellent, and it is... I am going to paint that. I am going to paint that. I told you that I would if that particular image came up, if someone found a bust of that particular thing, and damn it, you did, and I love it. Oh yeah, you can complain about that all you want, Roland. That's some bullshit. Heretic Scott, welcome in. There's another one. Can we get a shout out for Heretic Scott? An incredibly talented and imaginative painter. With an accent that just oh my god. I'm not here to say that one accent in this world is better than any other accent. I will say that I quite like the accent of the Scots. But even within that realm, there are some that are better than others, and Heretic Scots is just ooh. It's crunchy like an almond joy. Well, they're just fucking wrong, Roland. We allowed the argument on which gummy bear was best for a while here, and Iberben even sent me a bag of Albanese because I had not tried them, and I ate most of that bag, and he's full of shit. Albanese gummy bears are... they're not, like, bad, but there's certainly no Haribo. They're not even Black Forest. Not into it. I would swear I had some other flat brushes lying out. What did I do with them? Am I going crazy? I guess I could be. The recipe looks pretty fantastic, Chez. I'm glad to hear that. I'm gonna have to make that happen here pretty soon. Valendar the Red, how you doing, man? Don't see you very often. Nice to see you in chat. Melted down and mixed with 120 proof vodka. I mean, come on. Oh, God. That sounds like an instantaneous hangover and the worst hangover I've ever had. That's worse than I chugged 3 bottles of wine last night. That's oh my God. All that sugar? Murderous. That sounds like the kind of thing I could have handled when I was like 22, but now would just straight kill me. Mafik, how you doing today, man? I know you changed your name, but I'm going to keep calling you Mafik, I decided. I thought about it, and ultimately I decided to go with Mafik. A few more edge highlights for good measure. You see what I mean about these edge highlights, though? Like, these are really quite simple to do, even on fairly small parts, using oils. This paint job I'm doing is pretty rough and a little chalky, but I think that's just mostly down to inexperience with the technique. This is kind of helping me to define it a little bit more. Duncan Rhodes did a tutorial on the Wahadrun Blooded. Yeah, I saw that he had just posted some that he painted. Old Duncan Rhodes. I really do. I think that of all the, like, famous painting personalities, I really feel like Duncan Rhodes is the most practical of all of them, and the one that I would recommend the most. There's a lot of really good painters out there. Your Sergio Calvos, your Angel Giraldez's. That might be pronounced differently, but I don't care. That are amazing painters, and you can learn stuff from them, but a lot of the time they're only really good for bemoaning the fact that you don't have as much experience as they do. Duncan Rhodes, though, is so accessible. He's so accessible. If someone's like, what painter should I watch to get better at painting? Duncan Rhodes and Sarastro. Duncan Rhodes and Sarastro are my go-tos. Goings to? What's the plural on that? Is my white a Winton oil? It is. I have found it to be really good for mixing and not actually very great for getting a true white, pun expected. That's on my list of things to investigate for my next round of oil purchases, is if I can find a more opaque true white. This is Winton Oil Colors titanium white, and it's a little weak, but like I said, it's good for blending, and it's good for mixing. Yeah, Sarastro is the kind of painter where it's like, just do what he did. Take the mini that he painted, put it in front of you, do exactly what he does in the steps that he does it, and at the end of the video, you will be a better painter. Even if in just some tiny little way, you will be a better painter. Marco Frazzoni hurts me. As far as, yeah, painters to watch to go to the next level, I think Sergio Calvo is actually a really good choice for that. And hell, Angel Heraldez has been doing some better videos lately that I think are pretty easy to follow. For going to the next level for oil painting specifically, which is obviously an interest of mine right now, I don't think you can possibly go wrong with, and I mean everybody knows it, James Wapple. Like, that dude, specifically for oil painting, he makes it so very, very accessible. He can be a little frustrating sometimes, simply because the joy and ease that he seems to have with achieving amazing results seems unfucking real. But he's another one of those where if you just do what he does and keep doing it, eventually it'll start to click. I say that, I'm really, really bad at it. I'm bad at following tutorials in general, though. I'm just not a very good student, is my problem. I have a real, like, fuck you, I won't do what you tell me attitude, and as a result, I have to learn a lot of lessons the hard way. Jim's puppet shows are worth it. Valendar, I'm curious, and I want you to in no way take this as a challenge to make you do something. That's not what I'm trying to do when I say this. Because I completely understand we're all where we are at with painting, and there are things we're comfortable with, and things we're learning, and things we want to learn, things we don't want to learn, and there's no wrong way to paint a model. There's just what works for you. But I'm curious, what is it that makes you say you're not ready for oils? And I ask this from the perspective of having started them fairly recently, and being a bit of an evangelizer for them right now, I confess. I'm just wondering what it is about them that makes you go, not yet. I mean, economically. Oh, okay. That's understandable. On that note, I would say that when you are ready for it, I have found them over a longer period of time to be significantly cheaper than acrylics. You don't have to buy them anywhere near as often, you don't have to buy as many of them, and you have to buy fewer of them. Oh, without a doubt, Heretic Scott, without a doubt. Trying to put some decent contrast into these panels. Oh my god. Steal a Rebel. Steal a Rebel, Steal my heart. How are you tonight? There's another streamer I'd recommend for anybody curious about oil painting. If you're not following Steal a Rebel, you're not hurting anyone but yourself. Steela, how is your day going? I hope you got coffee before you came in. Oils scare me for the mixing aspect to get the color I want. If there isn't a pre-made, it'll never be consistent, I fear. Dwegham, that is a reasonable differentiation between oil and acrylic painting. If you are a fan of the paint-by-numbers approach and you're scared of mixing, acrylics can take a lot of that out of the picture. I would say that your concerns are... You do have to understand color theory, I think, a little bit better to paint in oils effectively. Not hugely, but somewhat. It will make you a better oil painter if you have a greater understanding of color theory and mixing, and you know your way around a color wheel. But that's the sort of thing where it's like, does it take some time to learn? Yes. Is it the sort of thing that is going to make you a better painter no matter what you're doing? Also, yes. It's the kind of thing where it's like pulling off the Band-Aid. The earlier you start, the better off you're going to be. But at the same time, if that's not something you want to do, then I would not encourage it. If it's the kind of thing where it's like, I want to do that eventually, but I just don't feel ready for it, I would say rip the Band-Aid off and get going. And yeah, Pun Expected has the right answer here. That's sort of a matter of relaxing. Literally no one anywhere ever under any circumstance. And here's the other thing, like, we concern ourselves a lot with the uniformity of our paint schemes, but once you know a little bit more about how color works, that fear eases off. Because, don't listen to anything Chrysella says, ever, just broadly. But, what lighting you view a model in, what angle that light is aimed, your eyeballs, the conditions under which a photograph is taken, the conditions in the room that you're standing when you look at it, like, all of this has a huge influence on how you're going to see any color anyway. So it is absolutely true that, like, close enough is really close enough. No one is ever going to notice little discrepancies, and it's really not as bad mixing your own colors as you think it might be. You sort of develop little recipes, and the nice thing about oil painting is that unlike a lot of acrylic paints, oil paints are just determined by the pigments that went into them. The little differences from one manufacturer to the next, but you can always find out what pigments are in it. So you kind of discover which color from which manufacturer does what you want it to do. Which colors mix differently, which colors are more opaque, which colors are more translucent. Like, it just sort of comes with experience. Sumitha, 20 months. Greetings and salutations. I am, in fact, doing well, Sumitha. Thank you so much for saying so. How you doing today, man? Thank you so much for your support. 20 months of it, no less. Oh my god. Here in a little bit, we're going to have some people hitting 24 months, and it's going to blow my damn mind. I hope we're going to have some people hitting 24 months. Either that, or I'm going to tank all my popularity in the next 2 months. I could do it. I could do it. What do you think, chat? What should I do to just completely kill my viewership? What do you suppose would be the fastest way to just tank it? Just boom, just gone. I want to hear your suggestions. As long as they're not obscene. Well, no, even if they're obscene, as long as they're not, like, racist, then it's fine. We allow obscenity around here to a degree. You can also batch paint very easily with oils. Steel is right. This is something I'm just learning myself. I mean, I'm just learning everything to do with oils, but I'm finding a lot of techniques with oils actually be really fucking easy once you put a little thought into it. Maybe that was a dumb question in retrospect. Maybe that was a terrible idea. Stop painting. There you go. Yeah, next stream is just going to be me staring slightly to the left of the camera.
To Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. Don't do it. For the love of God. Don't do it. Those of you who are allowed to, you know who you are. If you don't know, then you're not on the list. Play video games we aren't interested in all the time. Yeah, boy, we're gonna go straight to Apex Legends. We're gonna become masters of Apex. I'm gonna play every single day, no matter if people want to see it or not. I'm gonna pick up PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and I'm gonna become a master. Better yet, we're gonna do Fortnite. I probably just insulted half the people in here. They're like, what the fuck is wrong with PUBG? What's wrong with this guy? Why is he making fun of me? That's because I'm kind of a dick. I'm sorry. Not like that sorry, but I'm a little sorry. Like I said, Steela, if you know who you are. Those of you who are on the list, you know. The list is not made public. You got a special tag on the Discord and everything. This like needs some cleanup. I'm not gonna do anything too crazy. I'm gonna keep it simple. I'll have you know though, the people on the list still can't post them to the storm report, so don't get too excited. No, nobody's on that fucking list, Steeler Ripple. That doesn't exist. Nobody is allowed to bitch about Babylon 5 here. I will not have it.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the BAP.
Oh my god. Cat, how we doing today?
Hello there.
I feel bad sometimes that I'm not, like, as active in other people's streams as some of you fantastic people are in mine. Like, Kat, I'm never as active in your streams as you are in mine. All the work that you do here. I just love lurking. I'm a consummate lurker. I'm always doing something. I don't know what to tell you. But I love being there. Damn it, Valfera, don't encourage this blasphemy. Ah, Mr. Garibaldi. I, for one, am excited for the Babylon 5 remake that's apparently going to be coming out on the CW. People talk a bunch of shit about it. I am excited for it. I think it has a lot of potential. Maybe it'll be a big shit show. Maybe once and for all, they will prove that J. Michael Straczynski has no idea what the fuck he's doing and his story sucks. Maybe. On the other hand, maybe it'll be brilliant. I dare to dream. There's nothing wrong with the CW, pun expected. The CW has made some perfectly fine shows. It has a certain production value generally associated with its shows. And admittedly, a lot of its shows wind up being just like straight fucking teen drama, but not all of them. I maintain that The 100 for the first, like, 5 seasons was some of the best science fiction on television. In the very first season of The 100, they had, like, a storyline that focused on a teen love drama, and then had one of the two members of that teen love drama stab the other one in the neck in the finale. And I was like, okay, I'm watching. I'm in. I'm on board. Let's do this. Just right in the neck. He was all like, oh, I'm so happy to see you. And she was like, yeah, now you bleed to death. It's like, what the fuck? That was great. Hey, man, CW shows, like, I'm telling you, the 100 went on for 7 seasons and then ended. Like, wrapped itself up. Yeah, you know what, Steela, I do agree with you, to a degree. I'm not as harsh on Babylon 5, I think because I love the performances as much as I do, but I'll be the first to admit that particularly towards the end, like, right as soon as the Shadow War was fully revealed and people started getting those weird mind control slugs on their necks, things started to fall apart. Is the CW, are they not doing Superman and Lois? That show is great. Until Jam S just said, okay, screw it, make a new movie. It's built largely from clips sprinkled throughout the entire series and call it at the beginning. Yeah, Yeah, Sumitha, the movies certainly had more vision to them, and I think that knowing what J. Michael Straczynski had in mind, the sort of more modern, broad arc is much more popular these days than it was when he was making a show. He got sort of shoehorned into making a clone of Star Trek, which is not what he was trying to do. So I think that with the more permissive atmosphere that he's going to have at the CW and a lot of hindsight, he should be able to do something pretty damned impressive. And for one, am really excited to see how it goes. Steela's fucking biased. She's just got like this crazy crush on Galron that she's never gonna let go. Guess the Road Wahadron post was an announcement. Just signed up to his site and it isn't there. Yeah, that's real recent, like in the last few hours, Dwegham. I would just sort of camp on that for a bit. I'm sure it's gonna be out soon. Everybody's all about those Wahadron, and I'm left with my 100 Kingdoms. Like, they're still cool, right, guys? Same thing's gonna happen when the Old Dominion comes out. Everyone's gonna be like, Spires? What are those? Everything, Steela. Everything. Well, Nightwatch. As it so happens, essentially everything that I make that aren't like free fan projects get made available through Steel Warrior Studios, which you can get a link to by hitting !Steel Warrior right there in chat. That'll fire you a link over. He's got a sale going on right now. If you want to buy physical prints, since I know you don't have a 3D printer. All my Battletech stuff, all my Warcaster stuff, all my Legion stuff is all available through Steel Warrior. And he's got damn good prices, too. I always make sure that he does. Oh yeah, no, I every single thing that you buy through Steel Warrior, either digital or physical, I get a piece. Hey, the hobby store at my place is closed at the moment. Guess I'll have to buy model kits at the Toys R Us. When you're going on vacation, that's the best thing to do on vacation is go buy model kits at the local stores. You are devoted, Mafik. Respect. Night's Watch, nothing would make me happier. Nothing would make me happier than seeing some of my work on you guys' tables. That's probably not strictly true. I'm sure there are things in this world that would make me happier, but in this moment, I can't think of many. I don't know. Some combination of factors that allows me to be in an open relationship with Denise Richards. We're really stretching to find the circumstances. I found my first FLGS while on vacation. I know I've told the story before of how I discovered wargaming while on vacation in fucking Sterling. So I can't disagree. Ooh, we could build a Night Watch Games in the barn on the back part of my property. Actually, not building it in my barn, but fuck, man. Dude, Night Watch Games becomes a proper franchise. You have any idea how just tickled I would be? That'd be so cool. I cannot tell you how thrilling it is for me to see you guys doing well. Having had the honor of being there at the start of Night Watch Games, watching it kind of grow in the environment of San Antonio, which has a surprisingly good gaming scene. Like, I've lived in a lot of fairly major cities and played games in a lot of fairly major cities, and San Antonio has one of the best gaming scenes, thanks in no small part to you and your amazing establishment. Yeah, that's the one, Kursala. Just about every time. Oh, that's what, dude, and yeah. I repainted a couple of the... Were those from WizKids, those releases? They were official D&D releases. There was the Dragon and the Mind Flare, and I was looking the other day at my memories on Facebook, was like, a couple years ago you did this. And it was pictures of those in my garage, and all I could think was, oh man, I could do a better job now. But thank you so much for displaying those. It's really, I'm glad that I was able to make those to your specifications. Though, in fairness, you pretty much gave me free reign to do whatever the hell I wanted, so... Oh yeah, actually that would be really cool. Nightwatch, if you have any pictures of that, just handy, lying around, if you felt like popping into the Discord and posting them in the Storm Report, I'd be happy to show them. I'm determined to turn the game room into something, tell you what. Maybe not an FLGS, but certainly a bit of a pilgrimage. I was just talking with Matt Yee and Dr. Rhino about this on Matt Yee's stream the other day, because both myself and Matt Yee right now are in the process of upgrading our streaming rigs to include, like, live gaming. Dice rolling, tabletop gaming. And, Dr. Rhino wants to play with both of us live. He's planning to bring his conquest forces over at some point. And we were talking about how much fun that could actually be. Like, I could go visit Matt Yee and bring my guys, then he could come visit me and bring his, and we could do streams on, each of our channels of us just hanging out and getting drunk. We were talking a lot about formatting, too. There are a lot of people out there who do very, very... Because, when you start doing anything to do with streaming or content creation, you look at who's doing what and how are they doing it. What's popular, what should I do, how should I format it, etc., etc. And there's so many people out there who have such incredibly professional formats. Like, really, really impressive ones. I'm almost of the opinion now that I should just keep it real slapshot and casual. Like, they're not going to be super competitive, hyper-detailed games where everybody's like, that really incredibly fake high energy that you get on YouTube. But they're like, hey guys, how's it going? Welcome to the channel. Here's 12 memes. Look at my ironic t-shirt. We're doing a giveaway at 12. Like, that? You know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm thinking not that. I'm thinking, please don't. No, no. I regret doing that. You don't need to clip that. It's unnecessary. We're thinking something a little bit more laid back and probably significantly more intoxicated. Just based on who we are as people, you know? That Matt Yee, he's a treat. I would move him into my basement and keep him as a pet if I could. Oh, thank God. Oh, that's perfect, Data Nerd. Absolutely perfect. I mean, I wasn't that young, Duegam. I was around Night's Watch when I still had long hair a bit, though. That did happen. After I get this white done, I'm going to swap off to my militia a little bit to get their gambesons done up, and then we're probably going to come back to do some purple. No, you don't. You know what? You don't need to do that, Night Watch. You don't have to find any pictures of me. Don't feel pressured. That's just fine. As far as the atmosphere goes, I mean, mostly it's just like, and you know, those of you who stream, you certainly know this. It's difficult to kind of find your identity in the world of streaming a lot of the time, because everybody's doing something, and somebody's doing everything. You wind up wanting to copy elements that you see work from people who are popular, but at the same time, what seems to really work best is kind of just being yourself a lot of the time. And so I find myself asking, like, who am I around the game table? Well, I'm kind of a sardonic asshole. Well, maybe that's just what we should do. I'm not gonna dress myself up as something I'm not. I want to give you the authentic Thunderhead gaming experience, which is something of a dry one. And often a drunken one. God damn it. No, Nightwatch, I will make special dispensation for Nightwatch for tonight. If you've got pictures you want to post, please go right ahead, Nightwatch. Is it entirely fair? Probably not, but Nightwatch comes in so rarely and is a good dude and a friend of mine from when I lived in San Antonio, and potentially has pictures of things I have painted, I have made, and potentially of myself. So what I'm saying is they have free reign to post anything they want, unless it's a picture of me, in which case please delete it immediately. Hey, Gus Schultz, welcome in. At least I'm not trying to copy my personality from Steal a Rebel. She just straight up tells her viewers to shut up. She's mean. She once beat me up on the stream, somehow from across the planet. Fucking tease too. She drinks out of that tiny stein, and it's like not even merch that you can buy. I don't do that. I got my mug which of course isn't in front of me now because I took it out to the kitchen. I'll drink out of my mug, and I'll be like, you can buy this mug if you want. There's no fucking button you can click on to go buy a tiny stein, though, is there? Shit. I'm not arguing that, Steel. I almost certainly deserved it, but that's not the point. Dwegham's onto me. We should, you know what? We should, Kursala. There should be Thundersteins. We should take steps to undermine the fucking Tiny Stein Empire. If she's not gonna share, we'll make our own. There'll be giant steins. None of this Tiny Stein bullshit. The Thunderstein is gonna be like comedically giant. Like, uncomfortable. Like, if you fill it up, you might get alcohol poisoning. Those are harder to make. Oh. Well... What about just pint glasses? We could do that, right? That wouldn't even be hard to do, Dwegham, or printable Stein, like, can holders. It's like a whole thing. Shit, I could make that. Wouldn't even be terribly difficult to do. They're random hairs stuck to my model. They weren't here before. Am I shedding? God, I hope not. Regular glass tankards. I'm liking this. Really like the Megatron you're painting. What's up, Carbonic Acid, you sarcastic sumbitch? I get more of a sound wave, or not sound wave, more of a shockwave vibe. Random hairs means it's premium. I'm glad that joke has come around twice tonight. It's premium plastic. Ooh, that reminds me. I gotta pull this print off and start another one. Hang on a second. I'll be right back. Yeah, the really impressive thing, Stila, is the printer isn't even in this room. It's like a 10-minute drive away. I don't know how I do it either. Look at this fucking thing. Of course, black PLA is not going to show up well in the camera, but this is the new solar concentrator tower. It's a part of the new power complex. I did kind of a fun thing with the top here, where it's a whole bunch of pipes all descending down into a central shaft. Cue various sphincter and anus jokes. I know they're coming. Print came out nice, though. It's got the little water pipe connections on the bottom, and I should be printing up the heliostat fields to go with it next. I think I'm going to break this one here. I think I'm going to make it so that you can print this in 2 parts, starting with a break here, so that you can not subject yourself to the potential frustrating failure of getting most of the way through. And then failing. Did I do that in premium plastic? This is in shit plastic. This is in GST 3D on sale plastic, baby. It's pretty massive. Like, honestly, this thing is a little crazy huge. But that's the idea, is you'll have this central solar concentrator tower and then fields of heliostats, and you can actually fill most of a board with just this. Shit plastic is my favorite medium. I knew I liked you for a reason, Reaver. Have to get some paint on that later this week. Oh, why thank you, Dwegham, I'm flattered. It's gonna be rule 2. No talking about Thunderhead's immense central shaft. Really enjoyed the 3rd season of Lost in Space. Oh, is the 3rd season out? I think I watched season 2. I don't think I've watched season 3. Dwegham, sleep is important, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Get some rest, man, and thanks for being here. What am I doing? I'm not on this menu. Here we go. Came out yesterday? Oh, okay. Excellent. I'm gonna have to check that out. I like Parker Posey. I think her version of Dr. Smith is actually kind of enjoyable. The costume for the robot in the 1st season was a little bit regrettable, but it's like they improved it for the 2nd season. And then they finally got them set up for the plot of Lost in Space, where they're just rocketing from one location to another. It's been a fun show so far. I don't think it's been like an amazing show, but I haven't disliked anything about it, and I like it just for the space adventure aspect of it. Have they released any Netflix original shows on Blu-ray? Is that a thing? Really? Huh. It just occurred to me as I thought that. I'm like, I haven't looked at it, and it seems like releasing something that's streaming on Blu-ray, like I could see how they might not. But I couldn't think of any examples. Yeah, speaking of being lost in space, Kat was streaming some of that No Man's Sky, which I need to give that another try. I picked up a game yesterday, which a lot of you probably know, called 7 Days to Die. Believe it or not, I had never even looked at it before. It was on sale for like 20 bucks, so I grabbed it. I don't really know anything about it. It looks fun. I know a lot of people like stream it and shit, but I've never watched any of the streams. Stranger Things is out on DVD. I guess that makes sense. Stranger Things is probably one of the most successful Netflix originals that has ever been made. It also had the most money sunk into production. It had enough big names in it that I'll wager a Blu-ray release was a part of their contracts. 7 days is fun, best with a group of friends. Oh, I'm gonna do terribly in it. Or I'll just have to con people from the server into playing with me, maybe. Kellis, have you... do you find that you were a big fan of... I won't lay into it too bad. Stranger Things is one of those properties that I like to kind of lay into and be really critical of, because the first season was really good. Like, really good. And I felt like the second season was such a sharp dip in quality that it became one of my favorite, like, make fun of it, hate watch shows. But I won't be mean to it if you're a fan of it. Did you watch Season 3? I haven't even watched Season 3. I was kind of done with it after 2. Okay, I mean, fair dues, Riot Sister. Oh, you like this thing? Let me tell you why you're wrong. What's up, Star Trek fans? Let's talk about how your favorite series is a piece of shit. I think it redeems the franchise a bit, so better than 2. And I'm hearing better than 2 and not awful. I don't want to echo, online critique too much, though I did find myself agreeing with the hive mind in a lot of senses. Like, there's that one random episode that's like a episode of an X-Men show, kind of out of nowhere, where they're like, oh, there's other people with powers, and they've all got unique powers, and look at them being, like, outcast superheroes. That was really off-putting, and I broadly complained that Season 2 just did... It was like they went down a checklist. They were like, wait, okay, so what was popular in Season 1? What do all the memes say? Consult the algorithms. Let's just make a checklist out of those things and do them again. It felt to me like a good example... I use it, actually, as an example of when a showrunner has a really good idea for one story arc for one season and doesn't really intend to continue the show past that. But then the show succeeds, and someone says, well, here's a bunch of money, would you please do it again? And so they just kind of do, without any real plan. That's the impression that I got from Season 2. Season 1, I think it's hard to argue, even amongst people who are fans of the show, that Season 1 was not amazing. Even people who are, I should say, people who aren't fans of the show. Season 1 of Stranger Things was fucking great. It also kicked off a whole lot of people imitating their kind of pseudo-nostalgic 80s style, which was not so great, because they did it pretty well, the Duffer Brothers did, and then a bunch of people did it not so fucking well. It was one of the weirdest nostalgia kicks that I remember, too, because it was like 80s nostalgia for people who weren't actually alive or aware during the 80s. It's sort of a bizarre dynamic. Oh, thank God. I mean, oh, it's really too bad. I'm so sorry to hear that. I did. Yeah, I just watched that one actually earlier today, Steel Rebel. I knew from the beginning that I was not going to watch Ghostbusters Afterlife, and so I was just kind of like, all right, what does Jay think about it? Yeah. Obviously, I can't give my opinion on the movie as someone who hasn't watched it and doesn't intend to watch it, but I'm a little frustrated by the notion that we were prevented from getting a Ghostbusters 3. all these years, primarily by Bill Murray, and then he agrees to be in a sequel way after the fact that's just a big nostalgia trip. And they waited until Harold Ramis was dead and then resurrected him in CGI form. Like, that really seems pretty shitty to me. Oh, Nanotanks. Yeah, Squid Game Season 2 is going to be awful. It's going to be terrible. I say this as someone who really liked Squid Game. I thought it was a really, really fun, like, one-shot series, and it succeeded. It made a bunch of money. It got, you know, trending on Twitter and made a bunch of memes, and now they're definitely going to make a Season 2, and it's definitely going to be a piece of shit. And I'm really, actually kind of sad about that. They ran out of things to say by the end of Season 1. I think it's hard to say that the final episode of Squid Game Season 1 was worth fucking anything. It was just, like, answering questions that nobody wanted answered and that ultimately had no satisfying resolution. And then setting it up for a sequel season that doesn't need to happen. If they couldn't sustain as many episodes as they already made, they certainly can't sustain another season. No, I agree, Steeler Rebel. The last episode of Season 1 is just like, just don't watch it. Just don't watch it. Nothing in that episode needed to be said or means anything. The revelation of who was behind it the whole time is just like, no, it doesn't matter. We know who's behind it because it's an indictment of... Well, I think it's funny, actually, looking at a lot of the stuff on Squid Game Online, people saying, like, it's an indictment of socialism, and I'm like... Did we watch the same show? Okay. Interesting take. We are getting a Season 3. Steal a Rebel. We're getting a Season 3 of The Orville. Have you not been paying attention to this? They wrapped final production on it just a couple of months ago. All we're waiting on now is a release date. It has been in production this entire time. Nope, not canceled. Still coming out. In the immediate future, no less. The Orville's great. The Orville is exactly my kind of nostalgia. Like, I'll sit here and be like, you are wrong for liking things for nostalgic reasons, and then I'll just gush over the Orville. I'm such a fucking hypocrite. And while there probably aren't as many people in this chat who are as excited by this as I am, we're also getting Part 2 of Season 4 of Attack on Titan starting like January 7th? Which is really exciting. That was only a couple of months, Steel Rebel. That was not long ago. I think that does it for the white. I think that does it. I'm going to do a little bit more on this here Thunderbolt. Gus Schultz hitting that. Jesus, has it really been 12 months? Holy hell. Gus, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your support. There are comments made about Dr. Manhattan and Rorschach. I read one of them. Were there more? What's something new that's coming out? Not a continuation of an old show, not a new season of a show that got put off thanks to the pandemic or anything like that. What's something new that's coming out? I'm trying to think. It seems like everything these days is a rehash or a retread of something else. Which isn't always a bad idea, but it does seem at this point like they're just doing it because Twitter says it'll make them money. Our stream, I mean, you're not wrong. I was thinking something with a higher production value. Oh no! Bye-bye bots. Oh my god, did they? Did they really? To Square, are you fucking with me? Because Season 3 of Doom Patrol was so good. And the Dead Boy Detectives were a lot of fun. I thought that they were great. And as I'm watching them, I'm like, I hope that this is a backdoor pilot. I hope that this is like them testing the waters for casting for a Dead Boy Detective show. Because those two were phenomenal. All three of them, actually, were really, really good. I don't think they're doing Dead Man, WJ. I would watch a Dead Man show. I've always liked Dead Man, but they're doing Dead Boy Detectives and Sandman. Which, if you put them next to each other and squint, I see how you could think that it said Dead Man. That's fucking awesome. I'm really excited for that. So I think we're gonna be finishing up the Lord of the Rings watch that we started, Data Nerd, this upcoming Saturday and the next Saturday. And then last Saturday of the month, I think we'll go ahead and... Well, I need to decide, because we got one more good watch session to finish off Doom Patrol Season 1. And someone suggested a little while ago, and I really like this idea, that we should do a Discord movie watch-through of the Mythica movies. Like, we'll do the first one and see if you guys can handle it. I don't want to volunteer everybody to watch 7 Mythica movies, because they're a very unique sort of terrible, but I find them delightful. And it's Matt Mercer. Who doesn't love Matt Mercer? Matt Mercer hamming it up as like an evil warlock. It's like Quantum Leap, except Sam's dead, yeah. How would you do a Metal Men TV show? So the Metal Men, they did the Metal Men in Justice League Unlimited, or was it Teen Titans? I think it might have been Teen Titans they did the Metal Men. And it was surprisingly dark, and actually pretty good. I would think that I would take notes from the episodes of that show that had Metal Men in it. The Metal Men, rather. The Metal Men are a profoundly silly concept, and so I think that it actually works, kind of taking a step back from the concept and exploring the more existentially horrifying aspects of their existence. I figure we'll do the first Mythica movie and then kind of decide if we're going to continue from there, because people might watch it and just decide that I'm fucking crazy and they don't want to watch anymore, but I love them. I started watching Mythica 1 because it was on Amazon Prime, I think. And I was like, fuck it, it's got Matt Mercer in it and like Kevin Sorbo. I'll watch this. I have literally nothing better to do today. And I was compelled enough to watch the second one. And then I just kind of kept going, and they just got better and better and better and better as they went along until you get to the 7th movie. And like by the time you get to the 7th movie, it's like, oh my god, these people kind of know what they're doing. They're not making great movies, but the first movie is barely a movie, and the 7th movie, whatever else you can say about it, it is definitely a competently made film. It was Batman the Brave and the Bold. Okay, yeah, I was thinking, like, I remember the Metal Man, but it seemed almost too goofy for Young Justice. It had to be on one of the animated shows. Thank you. I've only watched through The Brave and the Bold maybe twice. I like The Brave and the Bold. I think Dietrich Bader did a really, really good job with the voiceover in that. With the voice acting, rather, not voiceover. Admittedly, I'm not like a huge fan of Dietrich Bader's career. It's kind of like The Drew Carey Show and Batman the Brave and the Bold, and that's sort of it. Oh, that's already trendy, Valfera. That's like, that's not even a hot take. But I appreciate your desire to be, you know, tip of the spear. What about Office Space? It's a great movie. Hold up. Wait. That's right! His neighbor! How could I forget that? That was Dietrich Bader. I'll tell you what I'd do, man. 2 chicks at the same time, man. I think if I was a millionaire, I could pull that off, because chicks dig dudes with money. Well, not all chicks. Well, type of chicks that double up on a dude like me do. That's a good point. Yes, that was Dietrich Bader. I don't know how I forgot that. It took me a second. I was going through the characters in my head like, who is Dietrich? His neighbor. That's right. I'd be into that. I'm almost certain they're not going anywhere for New Year's Eve, so we should do something. I really enjoy the movie nights on the Discord. I'm glad that people show up for them and enjoy them. It would be a shame if people showed up for them and hated them. I don't know how exactly that would work out. There's no good context, Steel Rebel. 2 chicks at the same time, man. I love how he laughs at him, too. He's like, ha ha ha, that's funny. And he's just like, dead serious. Like, there's no joke. 2 chicks at the same time, man. Lawrence, when you go into work, does anyone ever say, sounds like someone has a case of the Mondays? No. No. Shit no, man. I believe you get your ass kicked saying something like that, man. Hey, Merlin Models.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray, Chapter 4. Thunderhead slowly brushed up and down the leg of the miniature as I watched from the desk, my glistening paint waiting for his brush to get even more. The desire was there, he knew that, but he still kept painting that mech's crevices again and again, even after his paint ran thin. Oh, I suppose I need more paint, he said, smirking as he reached past me for another jar, dipping his brush deep inside of it while I watched in agony.
You know what we need? You know what we need? To continue 50 Shades of Coal Gray, we need 50 Shades of Coal Gray, the Oil Paint Chronicles. That's really the next chapter. $50 Shades of Payne's Gray. Ooh. See, this is why I like you, Steela. It's for that wit. That's what it's all about. White Wolf. 20 months. It's a fabulous Fox Friday for Steela. Just another Thursday for Thunderhead. Oh, you know what? I'll accept that. For you, day that Thunderhead graced your screen with his stream was the most important day of your life. But for me, it was Thursday. First person to name that movie gets no prize at all. But I'll go, hey, way to go. It's not even a hard one. I bet like a bunch of people in chat know exactly what movie I took that from. Yes, yes, yes. Good old, oh man, rest in peace, Raul Julia. There's a lot to love in Street Fighter. There's a lot to hate and a lot to be nauseous over, but there's a lot to love too. Now, Raul Julia most of all. It was Tuesday in that case. I'm going with Thursday because it's Thursday here. I mean, I also said Thunderhead instead of Bison. Raul Julia always gave 100%. That dude was a pro. I would say that Street Fighter is like a lost gem from the early days before we knew how to convert video games into movies, but we still don't know how to convert video games into movies, so it's just kind of a gem in a sea of shit. And it's still terrible. Like, it's an awful movie. It just has things about it that are worth loving. Let's do a quick blend here. I've heard everybody seems to like Arcane. I have literally never once in my life played League of Legends, so I just kind of like look at it and then gloss right past it. Yeah, I agree, White Wolf. I don't regard Warcraft as a good primer on how to make movies out of video games, because I don't think it is. I think for general audiences, it's about as boring as can be, and I think that the box office numbers prove that. For someone who is genuinely a fan of like Warcraft 1, 2, and even 3, I think there's a lot to love there. But even as a fan of the source material, it's good for like 1, maybe 2 watches, and then you're kind of done. It's like, ah, that was fun, and then you just sort of move on. Yeah, they did make a few. For the sake of making a better movie, I think? I remember being disappointed in a couple of performances. There were 1 or 2 performances I really liked, and there were a few that were really unfortunate. The special effects were great. I thought the orcs looked really, really good. I also feel like Warcraft 2 is from an era of gaming where the lore was not really sacrosanct. Like, it was cool and it was fun, but the lore of the Warcraft universe took on a completely different atmosphere once Warcraft 3 and then World of Warcraft happened. Suddenly it was, like, real and people cared about it. You know, as someone who was there for Warcraft Orcs and Humans, and there when Warcraft 2 Tides of Darkness released, back then we didn't really know it all that well, and not as many people cared about it. So I can't really blame them for not treating it with that much reverence when they made a movie. That's a good memory, eh, Merlin? I may have to check it out, Sumitha. I'll add it to the list. My problem right now is I've got too many things on the list. So anything that doesn't, like, really interest me is going to take a while. But then you know that. You're always trying to get me to watch things, and I'm like, I'll do that. But then, you know, I'm a son of a bitch, so I don't. You know how it goes. I'm amazed you tolerate me at all. I did watch How to Train Your Dragon, White Wolf. That did happen. I'll have you know. I liked how the dragon was basically just a giant kitty cat. Mm-hmm. You know what I have done, Sumitha? I have taken them and placed them next to my workstation so that when I watch things at my desk, they are top of my list. My problem is I haven't been watching things at my desk for the last little while, but you know what? I owe you that much. I don't think you're steering me wrong either. I think I'll probably enjoy them based on our conversations. Alright, nearly done with this. I definitely got more like a big kitty cat. There were dog-like features, but maybe it's just because I'm a cat person, that's what I saw. Insistent playfulness is certainly a feature of both canine and feline. But a lot of the mannerisms, I got cat. Yeah, it's true, Merlin Models. I fall back on my comfort zone of watching things that I've watched a million times, and then suddenly I get a crazy urge, I put in something new, and I watch the whole thing in like 24 hours. I have no real control over myself, which is sort of a problem in my life in general, you know? It certainly manifests in entertainment. Aha! I knew I was onto something, Sumitha. I liked How to Train Your Dragon. I noticed that it like spawned a whole universe and like more movies and stuff. I haven't watched any of those. God, I love how easy this blends. It's stupid. It is downright stupid. Watched part 2 of He-Man in the spirit of always giving things a chance. How was that? I haven't even watched part 1 of it. Isn't that what's his name? Silent Bob's thing? Kevin Smith, isn't that something he's doing now? Oh wow, I didn't mean to do that. Hearing that is disappointing. Kevin Smith usually knows his way around a property like that. Some of the best episodes of Supergirl were Kevin Smith, for instance. I've only watched the first episode of Cowboy Bebop live action. It did, though, inspire me to rewatch Cowboy Bebop proper. I don't know. I've heard that it's not as bad as as you'd be inclined to believe just looking at it. But that's another one that's going to suffer from I've got so many other things to watch that if I do get around to it, it's going to be a random thing one night when I literally don't feel like watching anything else, and I'll put it on and I'll just watch the whole thing. So I couldn't say when I would get around to that. Alright. I'm feeling pretty good about the white across all of these. Give this brush a quick wipe down. Riot Sister, such a liar. Oh my god. Yeah, I've heard that, what's his name? Mustafa Shakir just kills it as Jet Black. Oh, Steela Rebel's taking off. Steela, have a fantastic day. I'm gonna message you after the stream, by the way. Watch out for that. Alright, let's set these fellows aside for a little bit and work on some of our militia, because we've got some work to do on these gents. Is the printer going? It is. Give me 1 second. I should just be a couple of minutes. Yeah, I've heard that Vicious is particularly terrible. I also did watch, just on YouTube, the like 30 seconds that Radical Ed is in. I don't feel like Ed is really a ding against the series, because it's the functional equivalent of like a mid-credit teaser for the next season, and the response to it has been so negative that I feel like they're probably going to dial that back and try something else with Ed. Yeah, I didn't know that John Noble was in the show. And I'll confess that, like, I'll watch shows that I know are going to be bad just based on actors that are in it, and John Noble is one of those actors where I'm like, I'll probably put myself through it at some point, just for, like, him and John Cho, like, yeah, I could dig that. But I feel like the actress playing Ed, yeah, exactly, Sumitha. I watched the performance, and I thought to myself, this actress is clearly willing to try almost anything. I blame that performance on the direction that she received, because she was just going for it. If she's willing to bring that energy to the role, and they can improve the direction and the vision behind Ed, that's not a she? I thought it was a she. It's Eden something. Are we sure, White Wolf? I would swear I read that it was a she, that it was the daughter of somebody. Oh, I'm sorry. They, them. Okay, yeah. My bad. You're right. You are correct. But yes, Eden, what's her name? They should replace Ed with Will Ferrell. Either way, they did a truly high-energy performance. Yeah, exactly. The actor clearly wants to play the part. So if they can improve the direction, they can improve the vision, I think they're probably a perfect choice. Just don't have them do what they did at the end of season 1. Let's not do that. Let's dial it back. Just doing the anime is not always a great job. Plank Walker, fantastic to see you. I will be right back. I'm gonna grab a quick bio break, stretch my legs for just a second, and then we will continue with some more of our oil painting. Gonna work on a little bit of Conquest. I'll see you in just a second. Hey, Xanthiades. Thanks for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. Wait, who's crapping on what now? Oh, we're talking about Cowboy Bebop. Okay. I don't really have too much of an opinion on it myself because, like I said, I haven't watched enough
I
of it.
heard you liked battlemechs, so I put a battlemech in your battlemech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
You know, I'm starting to think that clip is actually good luck for me because so far it hasn't actually happened. Alright, let's get another flat brush, and let's get a little bit of yellow ochre on the palette. Oh, we got a raid! Oh my god! Oh, Sam Mini with the raid just a few minutes ago. So sorry I wasn't here when that came in. Poor timing on my part. Sam Mini and viewers, welcome in if you're still here. I sure hope you are. Sam Mini's got a great stream, doesn't he? Really, like just a stupid talented painter. Just stupid talented. Hey, good to see you, man. What were you working on today? We're gonna get to see some of it in the Storm Report? I certainly hope we do. You know, I hadn't actually considered that, Kursala. I'm going to refuse to believe it regardless. The Casso, you can always hit exclamation point STL to get a readout on what's on the printer. In this case, specifically, it is the start of my heliostat fields to go with my solar collection tower, which is a piece of Battletech terrain, a particularly large piece. But it's going to be then surrounded by fields of heliostats, because that's how solar collectors work. They reflect sunlight up into the solar collector itself, concentrate the heat, and then use a heat exchanger to boil water. Alright. Do all the pieces we can with yellow ochre here. Asri, dropping that sub. Thank you so much for the support, Asri. How are you doing today? I hope the answer is quite good. Quite good. Oh, but it's very meh. That's not what I was hoping for. Oh no. Also, Magan Paints, thank you for the follow. I'm sorry I missed that a few minutes ago. I was away, unfortunately. But we're here now, so thank you so much for that follow, and welcome to the stream. I'm sorry to hear that meh is how you're feeling, Asri. That happens sometimes, though. I hope it's not particularly meh or particularly bad. I hope it's just kind of, not great. Just not great. Not great is better than bad, you know? Merlin Models, you have a great night. Dude, thanks so much for being here. It's always a pleasure to see you in chat. It's always a pleasure to catch up on whatever it is you're working on. And folks, again, if you're not following Merlin Models and you enjoy watching mini painting and having a nice active chat with a good welcoming group, make sure you drop a follow over there. I'm trying to be a lot more selective in how I do this method after the first few that I did were pretty off the hook. Didn't get your normal Thursday AOS game. No one wanted to play your list. Got a bunch of flat. No fucking way that list. Wait, what are you playing, Asri? What? What list are you running? I'm not current at all with Age of Sigmar meta. Are you net listing these poor bastards? Yeah, Battletech in particular has seen a real resurgence in just the last couple of years, Kazo. I wouldn't say you've missed all that much. The models were still pretty terrible up until just the last 2 years, when Catalyst Game Labs did their Kickstarter to do a whole new line of mech figures, and now they're quite nice. And the 3D printing, the advent of 3D printing also helped that quite a lot. There are lots and lots of fan sculpts out there to print your own figures. I've been a fan of Battletech for a long, long time. Longer than I've really been tabletop gaming. And I'll also be the first to admit that the old sculpts were... It was more permissible in like the 90s when nobody had really good sculpts, but... as time went on and they didn't change, it just got worse and worse. But the new ones are really quite nice. Fantastic, Sam Mini. I'm looking forward to seeing it, man. I always look forward to seeing your stuff. I both love and hate your posts in the Storm Report. Because they're phenomenal, and I love seeing such well-painted minis, and then, like, I've been sitting here painting for a few hours, and I'm like, let's see what Sam Mini's been working... Oh. I always just try to take the right brand of inspiration from seeing such quality paint jobs, though. I don't always succeed, but I do always try. Okay, Azri. Alright. So a little bit, you knew what you were doing. That's what I'm gathering. Still, though, it's disappointing not to get a game. Why doesn't anybody want to play my OP list? It's pretty funny, really. It just sounds like a bad night overall for getting games in. That will happen. Alright, now let's come in with some titanium white and see what we can do. Still, it's nice that you get games in regularly regardless. It's always the challenge with tabletop games, is actually playing them can be bizarrely difficult at times. I want to play more Conquest. I need to get more local people involved. As it is, like, my games of Conquest come down to who can I convince to come out and see me and play with me. Oh, he's He's fine, Riot Sister. I think that's all in good fun. Perhaps somewhat poor phrasing, but also part of the nomenclature of tabletop gaming that is more or less unavoidable. Excuse me? fucking Riot Sister over here.
Take a seat, young Skywalker.
I'm really hoping that we're going to be able to get some Conquest games at the upcoming con season, assuming that everything continues to go smoothly. Dr. Rhino and Matt Yee are both really pushing to get me to go to Adepticon, which I think is the first con of next year that I'm really going to push to try to make it to. And if we could get some Conquest rolling there, I would be so thrilled. This is going to be one of the first years that the game really has a chance to make a showing for itself. And I'm excited to see how people react to it, because I know a lot of folk are still mourning. The Age of Sigmar has certainly achieved its own status in the gaming world, but a lot of people are still kind of mourning the loss of Warhammer Fantasy Classic. Me, I'm still mourning for Rune Wars, and it kind of scratches that itch for me. Regularly? Very few. In the past, I used to hit, in the past, my only real regular ones were like Alamo City Comic-Con and PAX South when it was going on. But I'm trying to start going to some of the bigger gaming conventions regularly. I used to do Dragon Con. I don't want to say regularly. I did it. Usually I'm not much of a gaming convention guy, but I'm kind of trying to change that. Of course, I decided to start doing that right in the midst of a global pandemic, which is, awesome timing. Just awesome timing. Really kind of liking how that comes together, how that looks for the sort of worn, natural linen fiber gambeson. I think I could go darker with some of the shadows, but I think I might make up for that with an oil wash towards the end of this. Yeah, that's the thing, Kazo, is Dragon Con. Dragon Con kind of went the same direction as San Diego Comic-Con. Leaning more and more into being a, like an industry convention. And it, like, really hard to get into, almost impossible to get lodging at, and so expensive. Riot Sister, you're fucking welcome to come visit me, by the way. You want to come play some games? We can do that. I'd love to have Riot Sister fucking come over here and we could play some games and record that shit. I'd like to make this in the coming year a regular thing, or at least do it a number of times and maybe make it a regular thing come 2023. Of having people come visit me, hang out in my game room, and we record and or stream some games. Like, I'm so into this. I'm hoping that I can con Dr. Rhino and Matt Yee into that, both of them into that, in the next year. As I said, they're probably not, like, these aren't going to be high-level competitive games. These are going to be idiotic, drunken, and possibly incredibly stoned games in some cases. Like, that became clear as I talked to Dr. Rhino. I'm like, hey, you know what's legal here? And he's like, yup. We're like, we're probably just going to hotbox the game room and forget how to play halfway through. It'll be a blast. So I'm finding this more careful and methodical version of this brush technique much more effective. Much more pleasing and still very easy and fairly quick. Well, then we can just drink, WJ. There's no problem there. I would genuinely like to do that, Riot Sister. I would. Now that it is free enough for us to do that. Broadly, now that I have the freedom to do so, I'd like to use this property for a lot more fun shit. Up until recently, it's been kind of difficult to do, as you know. Hotbox Tabletop. There's the title right there. How did I not think of that? Hotbox Tabletop. And then below that, you know where they have the tagline? It'll just be... Wait, whose turn is it? They canceled PAX South. Yeah, I saw that. Night Watch Games. That makes me sad. If there's a fucking Night Watch con, I will be there with bells on. Like, literally, because I have a bunch of 14th century garb, and those assholes loved wearing bells. I will be wearing bells. Well, not okay. not a jester. Gentlemen wore bells. It was considered quite fashionable. Oh god. TwitchCon could be fun. There are a lot of people that I've met on Twitch that I'd love to spend some time with. I feel like at TwitchCon I could meet up with such fine folk as like MCBTV. He seems like a real bro. I've owed him a drink for a long time. Well, if I don't have my codpiece, then it's just gonna be hanging out Night's Watch. You gotta make up your mind. You can have codpiece or cod. Those are your choices. I will wear brays and chausses like a proper gentleman. Alright, I'm really, actually, for as little effort as this took, quite liking how this Gambeson came out. I think I can refine it a little bit more, but this is enough for me to carry forward to the rest of the army.
Welcome, everyone.
The previous versions were
Thunderhead
sloppier than
Studios,
this.
where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me, for the love of God. Look, just because I have a no-COD rule for other people doesn't mean I have a no-COD rule for myself. I'm gonna show up and they're gonna make me wear like the loner kilt. They can be like, no, I'm sorry, sir, that's inappropriate. The Jester's sombrero. Oh, those were the days, weren't they? I've got an old copy of Chaos Confetti somewhere. I never got rid of it. You don't need to, but you kind of want to, don't you? Yeah, I know. I know. It's okay. I understand. No, no, Bramage. We're not gonna rules lawyer rule number one. That's not how this is gonna go. I can appreciate the initiative, but no. Stop. Huh. This is interesting. This torso is wearing like a leather brigandine, but it seems like it only covers his chest and doesn't go around the back. Well, no, I guess it does. It's strapped with X straps around the back, and then it has a little panel in the middle of his back. But it's not like a full brigandine, it's more like just a little chest plate. It's kind of interesting. I hadn't really noticed that before. I know I'm really like a great spokesman for Conquest, as I'm like, hey guys, we're gonna do some Conquest tonight, and I'm gonna paint literally the most boring fucking models in the entire range. I could be painting crazy South American orcs riding on the backs of velociraptors, but instead I'm painting this toothless peasant with a bow. Whatever, I like my toothless peasants. There's a little bit of schmutz in his eye there. Painting dinos win. I don't have any plans to play the Wahadrun, who are the Raptork faction. Once I finish painting this round of 100 Kingdoms, I am going to be painting some Spire Elves, which are more interesting, I think, thematically. They're kind of H.R. Giger-esque. I may at some point get some Wahadrun Raptorks, but I'm not currently planning on getting any. The next majorly interesting faction, the new majorly interesting faction I'm likely to paint are going to be the Old Dominion sometime in 2022, which are more like kind of a complex undead faction. I mean, I agree to square. I think that, I know I've talked about it on the stream before, I think that the relative simplicity and grounded nature of the 100 Kingdoms is a strength to the setting overall. I make fun of Age of Sigmar insofar as it's like, who's the human faction? Who do I relate to? Oh, the human faction. Well, they're those 9-foot tall gentlemen in the golden armor that are shooting lightning bolts out of their eyeballs. That's who you have to relate to. Like, no. What? Huh? I appreciate thoroughly that Conquest is willing to give us some of the most wildly, artistically insane factions I've ever seen in a war game, and also these very grounded, very mundane humans. That's pretty new, though, isn't it, Asri? Like, the old Empire was pretty much written out of their army books for Sigmar for a good long time. Yeah, fucking Walter's Workshop. He's gonna be the fucking diva and skip between all the big, pretty models while I'm over here painting militiamen. That just proves how old I am, Asri. Like, admittedly, the last time I looked closely at Age of Sigmar, like, if you want a timeline, it was before the game had point values, so... Like, I am aware that they've changed that, but that was the last time I picked up and cracked open one of the books. It was about that time I decided, nope, I'm not going to pursue this, and I haven't. Yes, or, yeah, having a beard if you were playing dwarves, or yelling certain things as you were playing you could genuinely get in-game benefits from. Yeah, back then. That was awful. I'm sure they thought it would be cute at the time, but it was wretched. For anyone who's unaware, the first edition, I guess, of Age of Sigmar, when they very first released the game shortly after killing Warhammer Fantasy entirely, they were aiming to make it like the ultimate casual beer and pretzels game. And yeah, Asri, I gathered that it became much more just like 40K as time went on. In fact, the time that I was still in San Antonio, it had already done that, but I was just like disconnected from the game by then. But in its initial incarnation, before the like battle tomes came out for the various alliances and before things got cemented into the game that it is now, there were no points in the game. And I may be misremembering the details, but as I remember, it was like, it literally, the book told you, okay, so there you are at the table and you've got your army. So you put down a model, and then your opponent puts down a model, and then you put down a model, and your opponent puts down a model, and you just keep doing this until you're tired of putting down models, and then you play the game. Like... What? That... No. And it had rules in it where it was like, I remember for the Dwarven faction, there was a rule that's like, oh, if you play this ability and you have a beard, you add +2 to your roll. If you play this ability and you yell for chaos extra loud, you get a bonus to the roll. Like, they had a bunch of that shit in there. It was so bad that people barely remember it now because it vanished almost immediately. I mean, like, if you ever wonder why people had such a negative reaction to Age of Sigmar when it first happened, it wasn't just that they killed Warhammer Fantasy, it was also that what they gave us to replace it was, for, like, I think about 6 months, an unbelievable piece of shit. It was fucking ridiculous. It was insulting. And, okay, to their credit, I don't want you to think that that's the way they kept it. They didn't. They fixed that very, very quickly. But that's because literally everyone said, this is garbage. And they were like, we're sorry. Okay, here's point values, here's army lists, here's organization, here's scenarios. Like, we'll give you a real game to play. It was, Asri. The actual first edition was a real game. I wonder if they were hoping that people wouldn't have had such a negative reaction to that. I got the impression that if people had responded positively to that direction, they would have actually gone in it. Which, you know, isn't strictly a bad idea if that's what people want, but it was so confusing. And it built a lot of bad blood, too. A lot of people went to Kings of War and never came back. I don't think anyone thinks that it was anything but a mistake in retrospect. But yeah, that was a really weird time, and that's why I'm bringing it up, because people might not understand when people go, fucking Age of Sigmar. Like, you have to understand, for a little while there, that we were like, are they just making fun of us as players? Like, it really seems like it. But again, to their credit, fixed. It's a real game now. That shit doesn't exist anymore. But as I said, a lot of us went to other game systems entirely, and just never came back. And I'm one of them. I recognize that Age of Sigmar is now a real game, but I'm past it. I'm on to other things. I went to Rune Wars, personally, and then, well, we all know how that went. I mourn for Rune Wars. It's my understanding, yeah, like Asri's saying though, now Age of Sigmar is very much just like Warhammer 40k but fantasy, which is fine. It's still not what I'm looking for in a fantasy game, because I really like the rank and flank maneuver style warfare, and Age of Sigmar still doesn't do that at all. It's, as they say, more of a beer and pretzels game, which is fine. Good, even. I think that those games get more play than the denser games do. But we still want the denser games. There might be some truth to that, Sumitha. I can't really speak to it. That's the scenario I hope is true, Asri. I don't think at this point it really matters, because they've moved past it, but yeah, that was bad. Yeah, WJ, the problem you're talking about, and I agree with you, on a personal level, I do agree with you, but the problem you're talking about is just a problem with large-scale, profitable game companies in general, and obviously there's so many of those. Oh wait, it's kinda just Games Workshop. I don't like a lot of what Games Workshop does, but I cannot sit here and pretend like it doesn't make sense either. I can't sit here and pretend like they should take hits to their bottom line or make choices that don't prioritize their profit margin, when the fact is, they have proven through empirical evidence that players will tolerate it and continue to purchase product. It is more or less their responsibility to maximize their profits and minimize their losses and efforts and investments. And it's the same deal. It is. I think that the ultimate microcosm of their attitude is found in the Citadel paint pot. The Citadel paint pot is a piece of shit. The Citadel paint pot is awful. But you know what it is? It's proprietary, it's recognizable, and people continue to buy it. And as long as people continue to buy it, what incentive do they have to do literally anything else? If they were to go to dropper bottles, they would be marginalizing their own proprietary, their own, what's the word I'm looking for? Sort of iconic entry into the world of miniature paints. People would love it, but it wouldn't be as easily, like you can see a Citadel paint pot and go, oh, it's a Citadel. You don't have to see the label or anything like that. It's recognizable, and that brand recognition is worth something. And they're able to associate that with their paint-by-numbers system. Lots of painters still use it. It's like, yeah, I wish that people would, that painters would sort of unite against it and go, this is a garbage product and I'm not going to buy it anymore. I'm going to go to other products until you give me something better. But it's not bad enough that people are willing to do that. So could they improve it? Yes. Will they? No. Should they? That's another question. That depends entirely on your priorities, and if you consider their priorities, probably not. Probably not. They are running a business. I may not like it, but me liking it doesn't pay their bills. Honestly, like completely honestly, if Games Workshop were enslaved to my whims and did everything that I thought was a good idea over the last 20 years, you probably wouldn't still be in business, so probably don't listen to me. Ultimately, if enough people agreed with me, they would change. People don't, so they won't. All I can do is vote with my wallet. We should start doing what you don't like. Please don't. I'm not saying that, you know, you couldn't make more money doing that, but, you know, please don't. That's okay, you got some time, White Wolf. Speaking of which, we're going to be going to the Storm Report in just about 10 minutes. Keep forgetting to do the arrow shafts. Go back to that previous guy and do a few. Games Workshop is an interesting beast. I like to be fair, guys. I really do. And I know that I complain about a lot of things, and I know I have a lot of not even particularly hot takes, just very opinionated ones. But I do try to be fair, and I do try to be realistic. And I do try to draw the line between what I'd like and what actually makes sense. And one thing that I cannot argue with is Games Workshop's market share. They've got it for a reason. Sort of want to get into a tabletop miniature game, but it seems like the rules are not only complicated, but they change them with every new codex or army, or whatever. That depends. That depends. That's really more of a modern thing, Mannix the Lemur. A lot of game companies used to be more concerned with players being able to keep. I'd say that's honestly more of a problem with Games Workshop than most other model companies. Only one of those, though. Only the changing of the codices, because the rules for Games Workshop games have actually simplified a lot. I don't think they're the best rules as far as being like really crunchy, really competitive, really interesting, but they're very, very easy to pick up. And as far as the complexity of rules, that depends entirely on what game you're getting into. Let me ask you a question, Mannix the Lemur. What style, like, if say you could pick any style of tabletop game that you've seen to get into, what style would it be? Are we talking like big massed fantasy battles? Are we talking little sci-fi skirmishes? Like, what interests you? Hey, Vergata Run, good to see you, man. Welcome in. What would I consider Battletech? I liken Battletech more to a game of Dungeons and Dragons than almost any war game out there. But then I'm always talking about classic Battletech and not Alpha Strike. Battletech is way crunchy, but it's also an a la carte game system. Really prefer the smaller unit skirmish gaming, Frostgrave style. Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Nightwatch. It depends. For me, it depends what mood I'm in. I recognize that most people don't sink as much time or thought into tabletop gaming in general as I do. I think I really, on a personal level, I love almost all styles of tabletop wargame and skirmish game. As long as the rules are good. And if the rules are bad, I usually drop it and move on. Frostgrave is a great system. I really like Frostgrave. Grew up playing skirmish-style games and liked them, but I'd like to try something like Conquest 2. So interestingly enough, Mannix the Lemur, there is a skirmish version of Conquest. And this is one of the things that I like most about this game. There's Conquest, the Last Argument of Kings, which is the mass battle, large-scale, big unit version of this game. And there's another version of the game called First Blood, which is a skirmish-style game where instead of being in regiments, your units are individual units. It requires far fewer models to play. And the rules... what I can say about Conquest rules, and one of the reasons that I continue to say that they're good, is that I think they're kind of poorly written. Like, the way that they're communicated in the rulebook could still be improved, and I think it probably will be. But the rules themselves are good. It's just that some of the writing is poorly communicated. Once you can get past some of the kludgy writing, the way the rules actually work is very smooth and very intuitive. And as I said, I think that's a problem that's going to work itself out with more time. If the rules were poorly written and bad, I would never recommend it. Frostgrave is a great game system. Have you played... what's it called? Not Stargrave. I know Stargrave is similar to Frostgrave, but there's another one. It was published by Osprey Games. It was setting agnostic, and it was very much like Frostgrave, but sci-fi. Now I can't think of the fucking name of it. I'm very intrigued to check out Gauntlets of Glory. Not just because y'all are working on it, but I'm very curious to see what it's like. Yeah, honestly, that's my biggest problem with Alpha Strike WJ, is that it simplifies the game to the point where I can think of a handful of games that do exactly what Alpha Strike does, but better. It strips out almost everything that really makes Battletech Classic special. And I'm not saying this is bad or you shouldn't play it. I think it's a perfectly fine game. And in fact, I've come to appreciate and enjoy it more. And if I had my way, if the people at Catalyst Game Labs said, hey, Thunderhead, what should we do? I'd say take everyone that you have on the writing department, everyone who does rule writing, and focus all of your attention and marketing on Alpha Strike. Make that your flagship. You need to flesh it out. You need to give it easy-to-access scenario gameplay. You need to flesh out the Chaos Campaign system. You need to promote organized play. These are the things you need to do, but they don't seem interested in doing that for whatever reason. We need to give the mechs more identity and probably strip some of them out, honestly. Catalyst does indeed have very few employees. And they seem these days to be focused almost entirely on just making minis, which clearly is working out for them, but, you know, if I had my wish, they would turn Alpha Strike into something real. Not that it's not real now, but it's not what it could be. It would be easier to give you examples of things that aren't removed from Alpha Strike. Almost everything is hyper simplified. Yeah, exactly as Shaka is saying. Individual weapons firing, hit locations, meaningful heat tracking. Heat tracking is reduced to a single overheat mechanic, wherein some mechs that have a lot of energy weapons have the ability to overheat to do more damage. I actually like the fact that they reduce so many big, meaningless numbers to individual point values. They strip a lot of the identity out of the individual mechs, which is exacerbated by the fact that there are literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of different battle mechs in the setting. That's not their fault, but it does beg for a limited unit selections. What Battletech Alpha Strike, in my mind, is really begging for is something like a faction codex. Something like an actual faction system like most war games have that say, these are the mechs you can take as part of these units when you're playing this faction, and if you're playing this faction with these mechs, these are the bonuses you get. It has some little things like that in how lances are put together, but they're very, very generic. It needs to lean into what it's trying to be. Kind of Vergaderung, but not very well realized. Alpha Strike right now strikes me as just a stripped down version of classic Battletech when what it needs is its own identity. It's like it's trying to be a game like Warhammer 40k, but it is so... it lacks development by comparison. It lacks identity. Most of the mechs feel pretty identical. Which is ironic because in classic Battletech, almost no mech feels identical. Part of the issue, they have to focus on mini-making at the moment due to the boost in the recent market due to... No, I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you that what they're focusing on right now makes sense. But they're also... their writing department is working on moving the setting along into Ilclan, which is confusing to me and wholly uninteresting. And they haven't really done anything to push Alpha Strike except for the release of Alpha Strike Commander's Edition, which is just a compilation of older rules. Used to play Melee by Steve Jackson. I remember Melee. I never played it. I remember it existing. I am aware of Melee. Provided known dice and figures, same company did Ogre, and yeah. Again, never played it. I do know of it. They had combat manuals, but the project got killed because it didn't sell due to nobody having an idea what they were for. That's unfortunate to Square. Like I said, it's in a weird place. In order to do this kind of a change to Battletech Alpha Strike, it needs a marketing push to go along with it. It needs a lead up. It needs social media engagement. And it needs a big push into organized play. I think ultimately what I'm talking about is like Catalyst needs to be a bigger company than it is, which, you know, that's me pissing in the wind. If they were able to do that, though, even as a small company, if they were able to do that even a little bit, take a nice long lead up, really push the game, emphasize the changes that were being made, emphasize faction-based play, integrate it into the Ilclan era. You know, kind of like what Dark Age did when they're like, we're starting something new. I mean, like, Ilclan is how we define what force is going to be available to what faction because we're writing the lore now. And if you want to play Ilclan, get Alpha Strike. We're going to be doing this new style of gameplay. But they're not really doing that. They're just kind of like, it's Ilclan. It's like any other reset that really does nothing to change the way the game is played. That's the thing. They pulled in millions and millions of dollars, and they've done nothing but use it to make minis and some kind of disappointing Kickstarter rewards, and I don't know. Obviously, what they need to do is stop what they're doing and listen to me. Obviously. When you play Battletech, but I'm classic. Nightwatch games, I'm classic every time. For me, Battletech lives in 30-25 with 4 mechs per side, slugging it out on a minute basis. I live for those chain reactions of ammo explosions, baby. Battletech for me is a very personal setting and a very personal game. I don't really like moving it up to big massed battles because I feel like everything loses its identity and its character the more of it you have. Whereas when battlemechs are rare and pilots are individuals and every point of heat and every round is being tracked, I have an easier time getting into it. No, I see what you're saying, WJ, and I do agree. I think if anything, they should have bought more into the 40k model, but it's like they half-assed it. Of course, I'm also going to sit here and say things like, I think Dark Age was a great game that didn't get enough credit and that shot itself in the foot with a poor release schedule and method. So, given the failure of that game, maybe don't listen to me. All I know is what I want. I don't really know what would succeed. And if it's not going to succeed, why would they do it? Vincenti816. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh, hey, another bot? Yeah, kill that one. Nice. I like it when the bots get smacked down before I even notice they're there. Yeah, that's a good one too, for Gatarung. 4 mechs, 1 lance, plus some combined arms is a good balance for Classic. I feel you on that one, Datron, but it's inescapable, man. It is absolutely inescapable. Social media is a part of it now. That's what I'm saying, Datron Voltari. Like, to be a modern war game, because BattleTech, even Classic, as much as I love it, and part of what I love about it is the fact that it's kind of stuck in the past, but it is stuck in the past. It is stuck in the past not only in the sense of the fact that I love the old version of the game set in 3025, it's stuck in the past in that, like, the way the rules are written are from a previous era of wargaming that is long gone. Look at Dungeons and Dragons. You think anybody's out there playing Dungeons like AD&D 2nd edition anymore? Fuck no, they're not. They're all on to 5e. And that's not a bad thing. 5e is a better game system that is born of decades of experience. And we can't let nostalgia blind us to that. Is every new game system good? No, some of them really suck. Some of them try things that shouldn't be tried, but I think of all the systems out there, Battletech is... That's the thing, Battletech has a certain elasticity to it. It has a hardcore, dyed-in-the-wool fan base, and it has a version of itself, classic Battletech, that can live in those old rules. And that's my big problem with Alpha Strike, is that it wants to update itself into the new era of wargaming, but it does it in such a milquetoast, non-committal way. You need to fucking go big or go home when you do that shit, and it has gone... small. And I just don't feel like it's gonna get any real recognition until it commits to being what it pretends to want to be. I'm really liking this method of doing the Gambesons, by the way. I think that this is actually looking pretty damn good for natural, undyed linen. Oh shit, we should have been doing the storm report 8 minutes ago. Why didn't anybody tell me? You probably did and I just didn't see it. Yeah, no Thaco. No Thaco. Datron, you're a sick man. That's just it. That's just it, Vergatarung. I like to use the phrase elegance. The crunch... Like, I understand why the crunch existed in the early days. I'm going to clean my brushes here. I am going to get myself another drink, and then we're going to do the storm report. I understand why the crunch existed. In theory, it added a lot to the game. It's a lot of the crunch of previous editions added. There were things that sounded good sitting around the game table coming up with wild ideas. We have literally decades of people actually playing these games to look back on now, though. And in a lot of these games, you add numbers, you add calculations, and what it really boils down to when people are, when you know, rubber meets road, when people are rolling dice, numbers don't mean anything. The extra math doesn't mean anything. It doesn't do anything except make the game take longer to play. I know that I say this a lot. I think Rune Wars... I am so sad that Rune Wars is no longer a game system because it was one of the most elegant game systems I have ever played in my life. As far as using combinations of simple mechanics that are easy to remember to create extremely variable game states that were still simple enough to predict and complex enough to surprise you. And there's a difference between complexity and complication, in my mind. Complex is good. Complicated is not. You like my hand signals for this? I'm just going back and forth. This is meaningless hand gestures. But I'm telling you, complexity is good. Complication is bad. THAC0 is complicated. It's not good. It's not good at all. Again, I know why it existed. It seemed like a great idea. Empirical evidence proved that it didn't really do anything. Shock, you're out of your damn mind. THAC0 isn't complicated. It's a formula that you have to remember in the middle of playing a game, though. And it's not... You can't view this in a vacuum, because THAC0 didn't exist in a vacuum. THAC0 existed in the context of an overall character sheet and a combat encounter. And having to pause thinking about what you're doing in that combat encounter to run THAC0 in your head, or have it on a separate piece of paper like we always... Like, it's... Like I said, you can't view it in the vacuum. You have to view it in context. And in context, it complicates things. Doing my little cleanup here, don't mind me. I actually made some really good progress tonight that I'm really quite thrilled with. We didn't finish anything, but we got a number of things very, very close to being finished. And I have managed to kind of refine what I was doing down to a method that I really, really love. I was excited by it before. I'm thrilled with it now. No, WJ. We're not gonna turn this into complaints about Common Core. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something real quick before I grab a drink about Common Core. You know what the funny thing about Common Core is? They didn't teach it to me. I realized after I looked at how Common Core math worked, I'm like, this is how I had to teach myself math growing up. It's just the math that I taught myself that my teachers weren't teaching me because it worked better with my brain. So, all I can say from a personal perspective is that there are some fucking students out there who need it. I would have loved it. And, I'm really sad I didn't have it. Alright, I'm gonna grab a drink and we're gonna roll right into the Storm Report, folks, so don't go anywhere. All right. Why don't we see what you fine folks have been sharing since last stream?
Alright, locusts and battlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glorp paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
A little extra cleanup here. Yeah, I mean, broadly speaking, for Gadarung, I think that too much crunch on a role-playing game is a mistake anyway. Again, I understand the spirit of where that came from, but there are a lot of modern role-playing games that have simplified their crunch a whole... I still want to try Lancer. We've talked about trying Lancer a few times. I wish that I had an easy way to explain... I'll tell you what I wish. And this is a nonsense wish. I wish that I could take all you fine people in chat right now and walk you out to my game room and walk you through a game of Rune Wars to explain what I mean about how simple, small numbers layered together in sensible, intuitive ways can create a complex, nuanced, elegant game system without breaking your fucking brain. Letting you focus on the big strategies and still have the little tactical moves surprise you from time to time. But, you know, there are many reasons that that can't happen, unfortunately. I have still got so much Rune Wars. I think that gaming is in a better place now than it was, 30 years ago, though. Are there crap games out there right now? Yes, but lest we forget that crap games have always existed. Do we need to talk about Fatal? You want to talk about Fatal? We could talk about Fatal. There have always been maniacs amongst us. Hey, how you doing, Cephalopod? It's good to see you, man. Thank you so much for getting that shout-out done, Data Nerd. Folks, if you're not following Cephalopod Studios, Forgotarung knows what I'm talking about. The ultimate crunch. Jesus Christ, why did I bring that up? If you think Forgotarung's exaggerating, go look up Fatal. Go look it up. It's really something. Yeah, okay. Let's check out the Storm Report. What the fuck? From Mafik, when the new model kit sold at the hobby store. Time stop. Have you guys seen... There's an artist who took cursed frames from Mobile Suit Gundam and did 3D renditions of them. This just makes me think of that immediately. This is one of those cursed images from the original run of animation. You know what? I'll find the link and I'll post it in the Discord. Because it's fucking hilarious. It's some images of the original Gundam, and it's just like, there's just the occasional frame that's just, the proportions are just crazy. And someone made 3D models of them, like what they would look like. It's unbelievable. This is... This is hilarious. I agree with Bramaged. Actually, I would love an STL of this version. He looks like, he reminds me of like the caveman SpongeBob, you know, the one, yeah, the little waddle. I like how his head doesn't bob, it's just his legs moving. Heroic scale. I don't know. I can't put my finger on exactly why this amuses me as much as it does. Oh my god. Avash! Good to see you, and who else we got? Who else just popped in? Is that Amateur Paint Hour? That is. How you doing, man? In my mind, this is just Mafik, just heading to buy the new model kit. Let me get those 30-minute missions. Let's get them. This is wonderful. Just wonderful. Somebody put a lot of work into painting those cells. Yeah, somebody got done with that and looked at it and just went, fuck it, just ship it. just ship it. Just get it the fuck out of my face. Let's just move on. Oh, thank you for saying so, Amateur Paint Hour. I made some good progress today, actually. I did the Gambesons on 4 of my militia and got the white lining done on 4 mechs. Still work to go on them. It's not my fastest work, but you know what? As long as I'm sitting down for a few hours, a couple of nights a week, and getting some painting done, I'm making progress, baby. Yeah, I'll show you. Why the hell not? I have the ability to do these things. I was just kind of working out, because I had done these militia before, most of the way using a real slapshod method, like really just slapping the oil paint on. And I wanted to refine it a little bit more, so I took it a little bit slower tonight, and I only really got through the Gambesons on a couple of them and started on the wood, and I'm much more happy with this. This is yielding a lot more contrast and a lot more interesting texture. And I think this is what I'm going to be doing going forward. Like I said, we took it kind of slow because I was still kind of figuring it out. But I think this is more the style I'm going to be doing. These guys only got yellow. It was two-tone. It was yellow ochre and then titanium white. This is the yellow ochre. Yes, Vergaderung. The intent very specifically. The intent is very, very specifically to make it look like an unbleached, rough, natural linen. And it was a bit too white using the method I was doing before, but this has a lot more nuance to it. Thank you for saying so, Amateur Paint Hour. Yeah, I think it's coming together. It's coming together. Now the question is, can I refine this to a point where I can do 30 more quickly? We're gonna find that out. We're gonna find that out. Because I'm trying 365 again next year. Alright, let's go back. Oh, and then we did, I did some white lining and refinement on all 4 of these guys, and I'm actually really pretty happy with where they are right now. All I need to do is detailing for the gray portions and do their cockpits and lensing on the lasers. And I think I'll be able to call this lance done. But I'm pretty happy with the overall colors. I think that these guys look pretty good. Can I have a whole army done for Adepticon? Don't fucking curse me, Vergaderung. I'm working on it. What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do to me? You know what? I think I could. I could have at least 1,200 points. I think so. You thinking about going for Vergaderung? You thinking about bringing some conquest? Huh? Adepticon for me right now is, I'm gonna say, I'm 75% committed. I'm not fully committed yet. I need to get a couple more things in line. I need to figure out where the fuck I'm gonna sleep, but I can afford to go other than that. If I can, like, split a room with somebody, I'm gonna be a whole hell of a lot happier. Avash, here's to you, my friend. You know what, Vergaderung? If I can get my spires assembled by then, don't even worry about it. I'll bring my spires and we can play using my armies. That's... don't even... yeah. I have 2 armies worth. Oh, Riot Sister, thank you. Thank you. I see the posture check. Yeah. Now they've got blocks of rooms you can rent, White Wolf. but I'm pretty sure they're almost entirely sold out by now. I'd have to get a room nearby or crash on somebody's couch. I gotta work that out. Speaking of White Wolf, Therapy Thursday Fuck You Ice edition. Not sure if I'll have anything for the Storm Report itself, but holy hell is it nice to be able to have the splint off after almost 2 full weeks. It's always a weird feeling, isn't it? I always get that funk hand. Can't type much with it yet or do any critical hobbying like use a knife. Might not have to be dusting shelves at work tomorrow, so there's definitely that. That is something. Glad to see the old manipulator back in action. There is nothing in the world. I've been in way too many casts in my life. There is spoilers, you were dusting shelves. There's nothing in the world quite so weird and funky as an arm after it comes out of a cast after a few months, or a limb. It's just it's a feeling and a clamminess that I lack the words to describe, but it's so nice when it finally goes away. Wait, I smashed my knee really, really, really good. Thankfully, I don't think I have any permanent injury, Riot Sister. Is that what you're talking about? Here we have from Magnatorious Maximus, our very own Cyber Knight. How about some more Reckoning progress? Ooh, I'm excited already. After more than a week of not touching it, we got back to it today, primarily focused on tackling the canopy again, and Sumitha has my work cut out for me. So what's up there now is still technically placeholder until I commit to figuring out the weird mesh we'll need. We also started working our way down to the arms. Starting at the shoulder, we refined more of the structure and detailing before doing the same with the bicep. Pretty much calling those done for now, but before I ran out for work, we added one little bit to the forearm. A big nasty elbow spike for getting those head hits on opposing light and medium mechs, because of course we added an elbow spike. I like it. I like the elbow spike. It reminds me of, like, the Guyver. You know, he always had those. They don't seem like the most practical weapon for humans fighting other humans, but I could see for a mech, particularly if, there's something that's about up to, like, floating rib height, you could come in and just clock it real good with a big ol' elbow plate. I like it. I think it adds a little bit of something to the back end here. I can see that the cockpit is continuing to evolve. I definitely like this shape, and I'm glad we've kept that. But it's getting a little, it reminds me a little bit of a TIE fighter now. Anybody else see that? It's got a little bit of the TIE fighter, like if it was elongated slightly and cut off at the bottom. I don't think in a bad way at all, Sumitha. It is evocative of a TIE fighter. It's not identical to a TIE fighter, and even if it were, I think it looks cool. I'm into it. He is a big, chonky boy. I like these little pistons that Cyber Knight does on the pelvis. This is actually a really good inclusion. It's a simple bit to add, and it just kind of implies more mechanisms than actually physically exist in the final model. Very nice. See Robot Jocks with that. He does. He kind of has like particularly with the weapon systems elevated up, and then the cockpit being in the chest. It is very reminiscent of the Matsumoto 14, is it not? I can see it. If you took the cockpit and brought it out of the chest and made it pointed, then it would just look like the Matsumoto 14. Just in profile. I really like the look of this mech. I want to see it next to, I know that we've seen silhouettes of it, but I look forward to seeing this next to, like, the Tyrant and the Hammerhead for a size comparison. Because, I mean, this is significantly larger than the Tyrant, and I kind of want to see it dwarf that little medium. It can elbow drop a Tyrant. Yeah, see, that's what I'm thinking. I want to see them next to each other. Big, nasty fists with spikes on them, by the way. That's a nice touch. Very nice, very nice. Speaking of sculpts I like a lot, almost finished, nice clean prints. Is this the part where I compliment the prints for a while before realizing that I printed these? God, that's embarrassing. Any suggestions before basing? Also, any tips for getting the most out of my photo box? I feel like I should be using a black floor, but when I do, my camera overcompensates and the top of the minis comes out too bright. So, if you are using your photo box and you have good bright lights, and you want to use a black background, what you want to do is drop your ISO, your sensitivity, as low as you can get it to really make those blacks black. And then you want to balance your exposure and your F value to get the brightness that you want from there. Yeah, it better have battle fists with big nasties like that. But yeah, drop your ISO way, way down, and then kind of play with your F value and your exposure time. What you want is a really, really bright light, too. I'm trying to think what else would help. That's pretty much what I do when I take my photos. It gets those nice, deep, deep blacks. Honestly, these photos don't look bad here. I like the camo. Everything came out nice and clean. When I look at these, the only things that I would change would be stylistic personal choices, and those are not particularly valid. Because that's just me saying, like, if I were painting it, this is what I would do. But I'm not painting it, you're painting it. And for what you're doing, I think that this looks really, really nice. I like the kind of plain gray balance of the weapons against the dark camouflage. This came out well. What do you plan to do for basing? I feel like the nature of the camo wants natural earth tones because they are camouflage and that's sort of the environment that they would blend into. But then I also feel like that would kind of detract from the overall paint job. And that's a tricky balance because that's entirely stylistic. I like to do basing that clashes a bit with my overall paint job. When I look at this, I feel like I would do grit and rocks, and then I would paint them like blue, or something wacky like that, like a cobalt desert, you know? Planning on doing a forest-like base to match what I did with the trench foot to complete the lance. I think that'll look good. Clean grass. Well, you know, it's tricky at this scale. Nightwatch. Yeah, yellowish scrublands, that could be good. Because you've got yellow greens in here, and you've got kind of a red-brown, but you don't necessarily have any true yellow or any straw yellow, so, like, straw yellow might work well. Scaling grass for 6mm Nightwatch is very tricky. Scaling for 6mm in general is incredibly tricky. I like to use, Woodland Scenics Fine Turf for my small grass. Light snow dusted forest setting. That would be a good one. I think Gimishkar is onto something. If you were willing to do something that's kind of a wild departure, snow would be a good choice because it would contrast well with all the dark colors you have going on here. You asked me a question. When you put dirt on your base and rocks, do you just paint them or leave them plain? Always paint. Always paint. I don't leave anything unpainted. I've never liked the look of just natural rocks glued to the base. You can't get... Again, scale is such a very, very fine thing. Yeah, Nightwatch, that would be a good idea. Like an early fall or a late spring snow. Patchy snow with little bits of vegetation poking through, I think would actually work really well, and that would be a good opportunity to work. No, don't paint the grass, no. Rocks and dirt always get painted, don't paint the grass. Assuming you're using static grass, you don't need to paint. But if you're putting down like twigs or rocks or anything like that, always paint. Always paint. You want everything to have a similar finish. And natural finishes are not going to match very well. Honestly, these have come together really well. I don't think you can make... Based on the choices you've made so far, I don't think you're going to make any bad ones. And I'm very curious to see what you wind up doing. It is thrilling to me to see some of my sculpts painted up so well, and it's neat to see them in camo because I'm never going to do them in camo personally, so I love that diversity. Really, really nice work, Shock21. Here we have from Nanotanks. Oh, this is exciting. Finished a Conquest Mini. Nanotanks, I'm gonna drive you crazy. I notice you're using my Fields of the Fallen bases, and that's fucking awesome. They're about to get a file update. Naturally. But the good news, Nanotanks, is that you should only need to print new trays and not new bases if you want to use the new features. These files are just fine. I think they work beautifully, or I would never have released them. I just came up with some better ideas for my Old Market Road bases that I am reverse engineering into Fields of the Fallen. And as with all of my files, because they're being updated to an old set, since you already have them, you will receive the new ones completely free. But to the paint job, first of all, I love the blue and yellow. That's honestly a motif that I thought of going with because it reminded me of the Swedish Karelians, which, for anybody who has listened to Sabaton's album Carolus Rex, I think that's where a lot of us learned about them and were like, wow, they're pretty cool. But they definitely have that yellow and blue motif on their uniforms. It's very, very striking. I really love the striped lance. This is a cool touch that, I'll be honest, I hadn't thought of, and I might rip off. I say rip off, it's historically supportable as a very common way to paint lance shafts. But that is delightful. You did a really good job on it, too. Armor is simple and effective. I like the way that the armor is all fairly simple on this mounted noble lord, and then you leave a lot of the eye-catching details to the barding, the cape, and the lance. That's what really draws the eye in. 3mm masking tape is your friend. Okay. Yeah. Just saw this mini on the Colors of Conquest tag on Facebook. I'm excited to see more and more people painting Conquest. But everybody that I convinced to paint Conquest immediately goes to, like, Nords or Spires or Wahadrun or Dweghom. We need more 100 Kingdoms players. And Nanotanks, I knew I could rely on you. I knew I could rely on you to see the aesthetic beauty of the relatively simple human faction. I like the kind of bronze color that you've done on the little bits of fallen armor. This is a good example of how I like to do my bases, in that it doesn't draw attention from the model, it just kind of complements. Also gonna do orcs on dinosaurs. Who could blame you? Who could blame you? I like what you've done with the shield as well, using that little bit of yellow line on the raised parts. The 100 Kingdoms have great models. They have the weakest models in the range, and honestly, they're still really good. And the newer ones that are coming out are pretty excellent. I'm not getting the... They pushed the release of the Priory Commander and the Order of the Crimson Tower to Q1 2022, so that's when I'm going to get my hands on them. They're going to be sending me some of the early release figures so that I can paint them up in time for them to actually be released for sale. And I'm really looking forward to getting my hands on those. Yeah, the Old Dominion, they're going to be coming out also, I believe, Q1 or Q2 2022, the Old Dominion. I might... It depends on what my paint log looks like. It depends on how things go. But I've thought I might pass on the Old Dominion and wait for the City-States. Because I think the City-States are going to be my next big army for Conquest. They are the Greek-themed faction, and from what I've seen, they're going to have, like, their infantry are heavily armored sort of fantasy hoplites, you know, with, like, round shields and spears. They're going to have, like, minotaurs on their monster bases as their sort of cavalry. I'm really excited. Can you do a Dweghom army without gunpowder? I could not answer that. If DFW Dweghom, I think DFW Dweghom went to bed. I think that do they use gunpowder? Do they use magic? Most of what they have has guns on it, though. They've got, like, big avatars of war with cannons on their shoulders and stuff like that. The dwarves in Conquest are unique. They have a lot more than just gunpowder. They also have literally flaming hair and flaming beards and shit, too. They're, like, possessed with the metaphysical spirit of aggression and warfare. They're kind of inescapably on fire. But yeah, the Old Dominion. The Old Dominion figures look really, really cool. Nanotanks, this came out really well. As always, I appreciate your love of historical influences on these human factions, and I am absolutely going to be doing this. When I do this, I will be sure to say, man, Nanotanks totally gave me the idea, because for whatever reason, I had not thought of it, despite seeing the influence. Really good job on the comparison as well, and I love how you did the flags. The little pennants on the reins in the same color. All in all, this mini came out wonderfully. Wonderful. Glad to see it. Here we have from Bahamut. Ooh, he's working on some of them Primaris Marines. We have a... Ooh, I like this. So normally, this guy has a sword in his hand. This is the... What's the armor called? He's a Primaris captain in... What's the big armor called? The new version of Space Marine armor has 3 levels, and it's all modular. And there's like the middle level of armor that the intercessors wear. They can pop some plates off, and it becomes the light scout armor that the incursors, I think they're called, wear. And then they can put more armor plates on, and Gravis, thank you, Vergaderung. Yeah, they can have this. This is the Gravis armor. As much as I don't like a lot of the aesthetics of the new Primaris Marines, I think this is one of the cooler things they've done. I like the idea of having one set of armor with modular plates that either come off or go on to have sort of 3 tiers of armor for all of the Marines. It's I don't love the way they implemented it, but I like the idea overall. Primaris Extremis Ramalama Ding Dong. Oh, you speak my language, WJ. I'm liking this paint scheme. It's simple, it's straightforward. There's kind of there's some warm tones, it looks like, in the shadows, coming up to kind of a cool gray, sort of bone color on the various wing and skull details. I love the addition of the... Wait, what chapter is this gonna be? I see the spear, I see the gray color, I see the bits of red. And I want to know what chapter you're doing. Because my Primaris Marines look very similar in their Iron Snakes, and I did the same thing, where I replaced his sword with a spear, because the Iron Snakes have sea lances that they use to hunt like sea dragons. Bahamut, should you come back around, or next time I catch you on, I'd love to know what chapter you're doing. It could be Kakaradon's. That's possible. I mean, it could be anything, including just something that he made up because he thought it was cool looking. But I'm curious, because there's this tiny little chance in there that he might be doing Iron Snakes. It's tiny. It's not likely. But if he is, I'd be into that. Effective, simple paint job. Can't wait to see what you do with the spear, man. Nice modification. From Shock 21, Nero helmets? Not quite that exciting. Not quite that exciting. I don't use my VR headset anywhere near as much as I thought I would. Like, I've got one, I use it every now and then. I play, like, a little bit of Vox Machina, and I'll play a little bit of, Beat Saber. Because who doesn't play Beat Saber? But not as much as I thought I would use it when I first got it. Here we have from Squared, working on an Orloff Grenadiers Archer. I like this scheme. I like this scheme. Kind of like this Japanese uniform khaki yellow up here. The new Archer's pretty decent looking. It's, like the ramming mech in that game. Oh, Langwin, you played Vox Machina? Yeah. The one that has, like, the big train prow. Like, the front of the mech is like it's a plow, like you would see on the front of a steam engine. And yeah, you pop the jets on that thing and you just... I always play the, because they're called grinders. I can't think of the name. You know, the medium one that has the big missile launcher array on the right side, and then it's got mostly just armor plates on the left shoulder. Because yeah, I'll do charges with that, and I'll just completely turn my body to the left. Because the way the damage system works, like, you just turn your armor plates into it, and that's the part of your mech that hits. It's so much fun. I'm terrible at the game. But I have fun playing it, and that's, in theory, all that matters. So this is coming together nicely. I'm curious, like, if I can make a suggestion for the missile launcher tubes in here, go with a cool color. We got a lot of warm yellow, a little bit of sort of a khaki green in here, but like a blue, sort of a blue metallic in here, I think would look really good. I can't wait to see how the rest of that comes together, Squared. Some charring effects around the missile tubes, yeah, I could see that too. Sort of give yourself some dark char around the missile ports. I could dig it. I could dig it. Here we have from Punexpected. Been limiting myself to 4-hour paint jobs on some of these KDM pinups so I can make my way through them. Whew. Brave man. This is the pinup Sunstalker Dancer in oils Oh my. This is pretty mild. This is pretty mild for the Kingdom Death pinups. Some of them are like, holy moly. Oh, okay, first of all, pun expected, you're fucking cheating and you know it. Your two primary colors that you picked are a red-orange and a teal-blue. And those are like scientifically one of the most pleasing color combinations to the human eye. They make skin tones look richer, and they contrast with each other in a way that makes details pop out. So, you know, definitely cheating. But as far as doing quick paint jobs, you could certainly choose worse color combinations, particularly with that nice deep tan skin tone. I'm bad with skin. I'm definitely bad with any skin that isn't pretty standard Caucasian. Does that work for mechs? It works for anything, honestly, WJ. Cyan and orange. You want proof? Look at every single movie poster since like 2005. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. Look at every single movie poster since 2005. Look for this color combination and tell me I'm wrong. There's a reason they use it. Fucking everything is red, orange, teal, blue, clashing every single fucking time. It's crazy. Are there exceptions? Yeah, but the exception proves the rule in this case. I feel certain that there's someone who could give you a more nuanced scientific explanation of why these choices are made and how it works on the human brain. But I don't think there's any arguing with the number of times it's been used. It's incredibly effective, and here we have Pun Expected just taking advantage of our brains. Sneaky snakes. Well, it's coming together really damn well, Pun Expected. I appreciate you limiting yourself to a time limit on painting minis too. It's something that I need to do more with myself because I'm bad at that. Oh, here we got some photos from Night Watch Games. It has been a while since I've been back here, and it's great to see the old place. So these are side rooms that you can rent for, like, you know, mostly it winds up being D&D games or card games. At least when I was there. I don't know what they're playing now, obviously. Like, you know, it's going to change based on what the players are doing. But lots of times it was D&D games. I believe they have these rooms set up with little sound systems in them too, so you can play like ambient music and whatnot. But yeah, you can rent these little side rooms complete with these nice tables. This is another one. Wait, no. Hold on. Is this a side room or is this just in the back corner? I feel like this might be in the back corner. I don't know that this shelf was there last time I was there. But yeah, no, they've got these big, nice hardwood tables with these nice molded wood seats. They're ridiculously comfortable. This might be in one of the side rooms. Yeah, okay, yeah, this is one of the two rental rooms. I thought it might have been the back rear corner, but you know, it's been a number of years since I've been in there. Do they live there? Damn near. Technically no, but you can find them there a lot of the time. I love those tables. Here we go. Here's our main room. The door is over here. You come in. Here's the dragon head that I painted for them is hung up on the wall. Oh, that's awesome. How are the puppers doing, by the way? Night Watch. Yeah. There's... Oh, very, very WJ. Always stalking around. The tables are really nice. Big, long. They're sized to 4 feet wide, so you can always get a mat rolled out. Yeah, I thought that might be the case, Night Watch. But yeah, oh my god, so sweet, so sweet. I love this place. We're kind of in the far corner here, and honestly, this is my favorite table. This is always what I would try to stake out when I came in. I love the little corner here. There's also another table back here against the wall that's a little bit nicer. That would we try to stake that out for like board games and stuff. Yes, I painted this dragon head up here. I've got some closer up pictures of this from when I was painting it. I'll find them and I'll put them up. On the shield, I did this same quartered heraldry that they have for Night's Watch. and then kind of laid into it with an airbrush, did a green dragon with a yellow belly. I'll find some pictures, I'll post it up in the Discord so you guys can see. And then they've got racks of product going back, and like there's so much more to this place too. There's another room back here that I don't think we're going to see. Behind this wall, if you go back and turn right, they have a Star Wars themed room. Like you go from this nice, warm, wood medieval thing to like you're walking into a Star Destroyer. It's so fucking cool. And they've got, they usually have like 2 or 3 game tables back there. We'd always go back there to play like Armada, Legion, stuff like that. And then the side rooms are over here behind this wall. Go back here and they've got 2 little rooms. And then way back in the corner is where you guys used to have, obviously I'm not sure how it's set up now, used to have the cosplay and medieval garb back here in another separate room. And it's my understanding that you have the place basically past this wall, the next one over. And that's where they have all their cosplay and garb stuff now. And then there's another room back here where they did like casting in dental stone terrain pieces. It's an incredibly nice location. Yes, this is in San Antonio, Texas. Back room is now Mighty Tom's War Bunker, Vietnam Bunker Game Room. Oh my. Yeah, I figured you probably did something else with it since expanding to the new location. It really is. This is one of my favorite game stores I've ever been to, you guys. If you're ever in San Antonio, Texas, go check it out. Oh, here's that back table. We would always try to stake this one out. And you guys I don't think I ever went to any of your big events, but I know that y'all do, like, feasts and role-playing events, and you guys did, like, some murder mysteries and stuff. And again, I never went to them. I should have gone to more when I was there. But I'd always see the posts on social media about it. And this is one of the things I miss about San Antonio. It's like this, HEB, and Tex-Mex. Anniversary banquet dinner, huge success, I have no doubt. Such a fantastic community down there. You know what? I'll make a point of it. I'm gonna make a point of it. I've still got a lot of people that I need. Okay, I'll put Whataburger. It's hard to rank Whataburger in there. Whataburger is also important. Conveniently enough, on the way from my house to Night's Watch, there was a Whataburger. So more often than not, I would stroll in back to this table, eat my fucking sweet and spicy bacon burger, and then go play a game. Really, that was a good day for me. Oh, Pork, thank you for sharing these, man. I'm so glad to see it. Oh, we got some more. Here's that Alamo I was referring to on the stream. Oh, nice. Very, very cool. Yeah, and these, now were these cast in that dental stone? Because I know you guys had a bunch of those, like, Hearst Arts molds. And it looks like that's probably what this is. Makes for a great-looking piece of terrain. And then, yeah, this is the other one that I painted for them. And like I said, I look back on this and I'm like, man, I could do so much better now. I was not quite as experienced at the time as I am now, but I'm glad that you guys like it. So yeah, they've got a Mind Flayer that I painted for them, and then the dragon that I painted. This came out nice. I think the eyes in particular came out pretty good. I'm glad you guys still have these up. I'm glad you still like them. Like, it was an absolute pleasure to paint you, to paint you for them? That's a bad sentence. To paint them for you. That makes far more sense. Night's Watch, Porrick, dude, thank you for posting these. This is a wonderful little trip down memory lane for me, and yeah. Alright. That decides it. I'm coming to see y'all. I'll let you know when. What do we have up next? POW Rogue. Is this the first entry we have from him? Mocking up some armor. I'm into that, WJ. I have a whole list of people I need to visit in San Antonio, including Play and Win. You remember Colby? Does Colby still come in? Nightwatch? I know that Greg almost certainly doesn't. I mean, not that he did much. He was always over at Core to Gamers for obvious reasons. But do you remember Colby used to come in with me a whole lot, And he's still in town. I wonder if he still plays there or not. Yeah, this music is terrible. I keep telling it not to do this, and it keeps putting it in the rotation. Haven't seen him for years. He hasn't been playing as much lately, but I know he still gets out and finds games. I'm not sure where he goes. I think he pretty much always went there when I went there. He's a good dude, though. Well, this is some nice 3D modeling here. Damn. Who is POW Rogue in chat? That's you, Languin? Oh, okay. This was a bust, then turned it over into a figure. What is your modeling software, out of curiosity? I really like this curved cleaver. This is cool. I like the kind of texturing that we have here on the armor for the okay, this is all in ZBrush? That makes sense. I really like the kind of lengthwise texture that you have. It almost looked like chitin for the digitigrade leg armor. That little central ridge looks fucking cool. Just mock-ups. Well, I'll tell you what. If you can intentionally work in, because this is probably just artifacting from the surface at this point, from when you mocked it up. But consider this kind of striation running down the length of the leg actually looks really cool. And if you could model that in intentionally when you actually refine your mesh, that might be an interesting idea. Do the same thing like up here. Give it kind of a slightly organic look. I don't know, it's just a thought. Obviously it's your model and you should do what you want. I'm just saying, every now and then, these good ideas present themselves. I like the chest piece, complete with the skull. Very, very cool work, Languin. I'd love to see some more 3D work in the Storm Report. Languin, if you want to keep sharing as you work on this, please do. I would love to see more. Here we have from Kursala, don't have anything interesting to share, so instead you can have a picture of an extra large pallet I unloaded yesterday. It had our greenhouse on it. Probably rebuild it into a work table. I love a good pallet. Oh man, this is a nice pallet. This isn't even like a shitty old broken pallet like they always deliver things to me on. This is a nice, long pallet and a relatively new one. I'm jealous. All my pallets come in broken or rotted. They never give me the good ones. They're so useful, too. It's not just me, then. Yeah, most of the time when I get them, particularly if they're this size, they've got a split halfway down one of the runners, or a couple of these boards have been broken out and they're all brown and nasty and kind of moldy. Most of my pallets are that way. That 2.5 normal one's long. Yeah, I've got a couple of this size. We had a bunch of fencing delivered on it, but again, they're not as nice as this one. Jealous of the palette. God, who would have thought? Here we have from Sam Mini. From the stream tonight, started Samurai Girl from Mindwork Games. Pre-shading and basic skin tones are done. We'll develop them on the next stream Saturday. Ooh, I'm gonna have to be there for that. I like a lot of what Sam Mini does. I like a lot of what Sam Mini does to the point that I feel it necessary to start refining down the things that I particularly like. Because if I just gush about every little detail of what he does, it just goes on forever. And I think if I'm picking out my favorite detail of Sam Mini's work, it's the skin tones. It's the skin tones. Particularly because I'm just saying, like, I know I said earlier I'm not good at skin tones broadly. I'm really not good at anything other than Caucasian skin tones. And doing Asian skin tones is particularly tricky. But this is very believable. Obviously, there's more work to go. But the base work here is so natural. Again, I look at the face and I'm just like, oh, that's a person. Nothing about it stands out to me. Weirdly, this is one of those things when painting like statues where, particularly with skin tone, if you do it right, your eye is just going to see normalcy. It's just going to go, oh, that's a person. And if you think about it, that's really impressive because most painted minis, most painted statues don't really look natural. They wind up, even if they're good, they can wind up very stylized. And this is just very natural. That's a very, very hard effect to achieve. Yeah, exactly, Sam Mini. This is, if you do your job well, you won't even notice it. Your brain will just go, oh, that's what it is. It's tricking the eye, tricking the mind, and well, you got me fooled, Sam Mini. Lovely, lovely work. I can't wait to see some more going down on that. Thank you for sharing, man. Here we have from Avash working on some MCP from the looks of it. Oh yeah, we got Black Widow, we got Red Skull, we have the always useful and one of my favorite models, Baron Zemo. I've painted all of these except for this guy. I have not done Ghost Rider. It's a very cool figure. Well, these look like they're coming along nicely. I like your use of the road lines, doing them in yellow. I like the kind of varied brick colors that you've gone with here, both from dark brown up to that more orange, giving it a very natural look. You're very curious to see as you continue to work on these, particularly Ghost Rider. Doing these flames is tricky. Very, very tricky. Waiting for Robbie Reyes. They'll probably release it, Liquid. They will almost certainly release a Robbie Reyes Ghost Rider at some point. I mean, shit, we've got multiple Spider-Men now, including... Oh no, how have I forgotten the name of the new Spider-Man who was in Into the Spider-Verse? I just said it, like, just earlier today. Miles Morales. Yeah. We've got the Miles Morales Spider-Man and the Ghost Spider Gwen Stacy. I feel certain we're going to get Robbie Reyes. I mean, they're going to go through all the variants, you know? Nice work, Avash. It's good to see you getting some paint down on some more systems, too. It can be a little draining to work on one system for too long, and it's good to diversify. Here we have from Sumitha, Operation Lancaster Semi-Thunderhead exclusive preview. The Matic 2 Assault Battle Mech is definitely a walk-in, buck shit up, walk-out kind of machine. I mean, with a name like Matic, yeah, I can see that. This 100-ton behemoth is armed with twin Gauss rifles, a short-range missile rack, and a quartet of medium-class lasers. Though it is a bit sluggish to accelerate, it's built to take a beating and dish it out in equal measure. With a powerful electronic warfare suite, dense armor, and relatively deep ammunition reserves, this Goliath of the battlefield is built for longevity. I say semi-Thunderhead exclusive because this is a different livery, Dreadnought Battlecore specifically, than the one that Plog has posted on his DeviantArt page, and Plog, as usual, is making this shit look good. Mechs on DeviantArt? Oh my. It is kind of a... Everything about the design of it just says it's kind of a brutal son of a bitch, too. The blocky, flattened limbs on it. The big, nasty feet. I like how the treads kind of come up on the heels. Really simple, weapon-focused arms with good bracing. It has a lot of appeal to it. I like this mech. It's brutal in the way that a lot of clan mechs are. They're just very straightforward, less frilly than the late Star League Inner Sphere designs. I admit, I like the frillier Star League Inner Sphere designs, but I can appreciate this aesthetic. I really like the way the gun arms are built with this sort of expanding width going out until it connects up, and it has the same appeal that the original Warhammer did, where the elbow actually, I say elbow, the rear of the weapon pod comes back behind the joint. It's one of the weakest aspects of the MechWarrior Online Warhammer is they took this out and it just throws the balance and the profile way off. I kind of like this little armor plate on top of the shoulder servo as well. If there isn't yet, I'm sure there will be, Kursala. One of the first designs I got permission to use for the project to boot. Really happy to have it involved. It's really cool looking. And the Plog doing this with the Gauss rifle shot, this is neat. The supersonic waves. You can see the sound barrier ripping as the round punches out of the barrel. Very cool. Very cool. Oh, here we have from White Wolf again. Parents don't understand hobbying? Oh well. Good thing hubby does. Masking tape templates, a bunch of water slides, a fucking hobby vice, an airbrush cleaning brush, and since I asked Shokunin nicely, a cute little extra they got in their last order, because I thought the Kitsune was cute, asked how to buy the sticker. How to come by the sticker, how to get the sticker, how to buy the sticker. One of these, sure, they all make sense. I'll take better pics of the individual stuff later, including better pics of the masking tape templates, since the angle of the photo kind of concealed them due to photo etch shine. I suspect I have enough warning decal water slides for numerous kits now, eh? Oh my, yeah, I should think so. A caution stripe or two as it were. Ooh, look at all these water slides. Holy shit. I like the masking tape cutting mat. This is cool. This is a good idea. I guess I've seen these before, but I've never really thought about what their purpose was. Yeah, you can just cut your masking and then stick it down. That's a really great idea, actually. Huh. Huh. Yeah, damn, lots and lots of hobby supplies, and then this is our sticker down here, huh? Got that, what's the name for it? What's the name of the fox with all the tails? There's a name for it. I can't think of it now. It's not Kitsune. No, isn't Kitsune just fox? I'm uncultured gaijin swine. Forgive me. I would swear that there was another name specifically for the fox spirit with many tails. It is Kitsune? Okay, I was just mistaken then. What's just the word for fox? Well, it was just a plain old fox. Somebody help me out. Because I've been using them wrong. Admittedly, it's not like the word kitsune comes up a lot in conversation for me. So I guess I haven't really been using it wrong all that much. But I have. Oh. Here we have from Bramaged, shelf built last week and floating bench installed. Ooh. Ooh. I like this. This is an interesting piece of engineering. Floating shelves always make me nervous. Connecting them to the ceiling like that with these braces is a cool idea. And honestly, looks really neat too. And it looks like all you used are just pipe fittings. It's pretty simple. The stain on those shelves is lovely too. And then, of course, you got the floating desk, which you can mount into the wall over here for extra support, so it doesn't need that so much. These are really nice, Bramaged. Now fill it with hobby stuff. Let's see it. Which one of these shelves is going to be the shelf of shame? That's my question. Because we all know there's going to be one, baby. Speaking of shame, I am deeply ashamed to announce that brings us to the end of the Storm Report. And as is tradition, the end of tonight's stream. Oh, you just had the Closet of Shame. Oh, hey, we're on the same page with that one. It's way too much for one shelf. Oh, God. Oh, no. All right, let's find out who we are going to go ahead and throw a raid at tonight, folks. Who's doing what? Thunderdome Drew is on. Wapelius is on. Commander Mittens is on. Let me check out what Wapelius is doing, what Thunderdome Drew is doing. Heresy Killer's playing some Battletech. Dachdo is doing some terrain painting. Hang on, let me check out a couple of these channels really quick before I make a decision. I like Wapelius, but at the same time, raiding into his channel is... Hang on, let's see. He's working on some Battletech, and he's been going for a little bit, so you know what? That's what we're going to raid. You guys want to see some Battletech? We're going to do some Battletech. Let's get that started. Ladies and gentlemen, locusts and gentlemechs, thank you so much for joining me tonight. It is absolutely always a pleasure to have you guys here in chat. I have one of the more active chats of even streams that I hang out in, and that pleases me so much. I love getting to reconnect with some people like Nightwatch Games. Porik, thank you so much for being here tonight, dude, and thank you for the trip down memory lane. Again, I'll touch base with you in the near future. We'll get that figured out. Thank you so much, everybody who posted to the Storm Report. I always love seeing your work. It helps motivate me to continue my own. I have such a good community. It's kind of unbelievable, if I'm being honest. We are going to be back Saturday, December the 4th. We're not streaming, but if you're on the Discord, we are going to be watching the Two Towers extended cut in the Movie Watch Party channel. And if you want to ruin all the movie magic, I'll be talking about a lot of behind-the-scenes shit while we watch it. I love that movie. We did Fellowship last week. We're going to do Return of the King the week after. Sunday, December the 5th, I'm going to paint something. I don't know what. It's probably going to be Conquest. Come check it out. It's going to be a good time. And then again on Tuesday, December the 7th. Oh my god, thank you to my mods. You guys make all of this possible. I'm going to go get something to eat because I need it. So until next time, keep on painting, folks.